Okay, folks, good morning. Another painting day here. It's been about a week, over a week. I think last Friday was the last time I was able to paint. So, left everything exactly where we left it. Got the spearmen that just got done. Haven't even had a chance to spray them. And started working on this alloy. So, for the Papal Army, let's get everything where we need to have it, because we got things in places where they shouldn't be. We'll get all coffeed up and get this going. All right, let's take this joker, let's flip this around. All right. What a week. Busy, busy. Well, first of all, it started off with it took me so many days to edit the last video. So I don't know if you guys watched it, but it was a bit of a zoo experience being there. So we had to do a lot of editing, more than any video so far. So other videos so far. I'm going to do something not necessarily related to this painting, but I've been meaning to do this, and I kind of forgot about it. And I don't want to get into a crisis situation. And that is, I want to make sure I've got enough stands for the rest of this army, because I'd hate to get to the end here and not have enough. So this is really what I need to count. I need to count how many 40 by 20s I have, because there's a fair number of them in this army. Oh, we're good. We've got this and these. All right, that's fine, because the next army has quite a few of them. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and one we can repurpose as 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 32, 32. So yeah, if the next army is completely all 40 by 20s, which it isn't, then I still have enough. Okay. But after that, I'm going to have to order some more 40 by 20s. Okay, perfect. That's good to know. And mounted stands, I got like 8. Got lots of the 40 by 15s. I got several boxes of it. Okay. All right, we're good for this army, then the next one. I just got to remember when I start working on the next one to order some more stands. So I don't want to get to the point where it's like, okay, I'm ready to go, they're finished, and I've got to wait for Litco to bring me their stands. So not that they're particularly slow. And no, I don't order by the thousands either. I don't want to. I don't know whether I'm scared of having too many and then just saying, well, I'm not going to build any more armies. It's not really likely to happen, but they are expensive. And the magnetic bottoms actually cost a little bit more than the actual stand. Okay. So we're not doing the spearmen next, I don't think. We're starting to work on this alloy. Let's see what condition this stuff has been in. It's been 6 days since this wet palette has been closed. Getting a little bit of a library smell in here. Doesn't really bother me too much. Let's see. This is still kind of moist. Yeah, I guess it's okay for now. I guess it's all right for now. The white's still alive. I'm actually going to pour a little bit of water here. I'll be right back, and we'll reconstitute this. know I don't like to hop in from one army to another one before they're done. But I may make an exception to this one because we have a tournament coming up, supposedly. Let's just, do we want to put it in the back? Let's put it in the back. See if I can keep from making a mess here. I'm not really good at pouring things. Mainly because sometimes it just dribbles back over the edge and I'm not really sure about the science of it. Okay, this is pretty wet here. You can see the water pooling, so we should be good for a little while. Let's put this extra water here. Yeah, I don't like to hop from project to project because you end up not having anything to show for it. But if I don't get a significant portion of these guys done by the end of July, I'm going to have to move to the next army because I don't need these guys for the next show, and I will need the next army. So we will see what we can do. Hopefully we don't have to do that, but it's not like it's the end of the world. All right. The Magic Juices, also known as the Vallejo Airbrush Thinner, also known as the Brush Moistener. All right, let's see where we're at right here. One of these guys we started working on, and it's this guy. Okay, we got his shirt done. All right, got it. This is what we're going to work on next. All right, the fleshy bits. Do we still have any of those colors alive? If they would be, they'd be over here. Looks like the flesh color is okay. And okay, we just need to get some of that leather brown. All right. Yeah, we should have a good run of painting this morning, as long as I don't peter out. I didn't have the foresight to go ahead and get a Starbucks last night. Put it in the fridge. So I'll be one with the dead waking up here. And then, what else we got planned today? Yard work, a little bit. I didn't finish it the other day. Tried to, but man, it was just a lot to do. And going to replace the seals on my daughter's car. The seals there that go in between the window and the car door. They've kind of dry rotted a little bit, so we ordered those through Amazon. Watched a couple videos. Looks like it's nothing I can't handle. So we're going to start that early. So if it takes longer than planned, I'll be able to do that. Well, we're going to get some good painting in here first. At least that's what the plan is. This is a figure by Naismith, which I wasn't even aware of that they've made medieval stuff, but they do. A good portion of these figures were those given to me by Kevin Mello, who came into a lot of them. His brother passing away, so sorry about that, but hopefully we'll put these to good use. And I'm sure the day I move on to other places, I'll have lots of empty figures that'll go to someone. No one here, because my daughter doesn't paint. Nor does she game. Does some video gaming, but not against other people. Definitely not. Are we too close to the wall now, or it's... There we go. 4 folks. Good, you guys are waking up. Welcome. It's 5:45 here in the eastern United States. Started earlier than I normally do. Woke up, did my turns for my Field of Glory tournament. It's going on at the same time. And then got the painting and didn't have many turns to do. Sometimes I'll wake up and there's like 5 turns, 5 bounds, yeah. So that holds up the process some. Process of getting started on painting. It's just something to do. It doesn't take the place of face-to-face gaming. But it does help for some people that don't have a outlet for doing gaming. There's no one near them. Doesn't take the place of it for me. It's not the same. I don't enjoy playing games against computer anymore. I will, but and some games are just too damn involved. Those Total War games, I used to play them a lot, and now they're just so damn complicated that they just take forever for you to get your turn. It just becomes like work. Let me find my old brush for faces. It's behaving a little bit better than this one. I believe it's this one. It just takes too long to get through a turn. You know, you have like an hour to play. The next thing you know, you don't get hardly anything done in an hour. So, and games are fun, but I've played many of them during my life. And at the end of the day, you don't have anything to show for it. So I'd much rather do this. Have some kind of interaction anyways. We are one step closer every week, hopefully, towards getting a decent internet here at the house. So we don't have to feed this through the phone, which works fine on my end, but you guys are limited to 720. Because for those of you that are not aware, YouTube sees that, oh, I'm streaming on a mobile device, and they max it out the resolution at 720, even though my mobile device has got plenty of connectivity up and down. I'm full bars on 5G. Yep, I'm fortunate on that. So eventually, we're on the list to have the cable come out here and maybe have a decent connection speed. We've had the same internet for 20 years now. I just realized that. So we're definitely overpaying for what we're getting. So look forward to that. And the streaming might end up having to be a little bit different. I'm not sure how that is yet. I may be able to use my phone as a camera, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to go through my computer. We'll figure that out. Worst case scenario, it won't be any worse. So, but I would like to do this in some better resolution for you guys. Well, for all of us. I go back and watch these things sometimes. I'm not sure this was the one. That's the problem with these cheap brushes. They're cheap. And as soon as they all die out, we'll get some better ones, but all right, that's enough of him on the flesh. We need to go ahead and do the bow and the little cloth that goes around his head. The cough. All right. Bow color. What did we use? Oh, we haven't done that on this army. I like to be kind of consistent with that. Let's use a lighter colored one. I kind of like that. 4 people on. People are coming on more often quicker than they used to in the past. So I guess that means you guys are subscribed to my channel. I appreciate it. It's always good to do that so that it increases the visibility to other people that may have not have found my channel. It's not like YouTube pays you $10 for each person that subscribes. It's got nothing to do with that. It just increases your visibility. So I may say something here that might appeal to some folks that haven't found me yet. I don't know. If you guys haven't checked my latest video out, check it out. Haven't had a lot of comments on it. Actually, I've only had one comment on it, which is kind of surprising because honestly, I thought the video was kind of, I don't know if controversial is really the word I want to use, but over the top. We had some folks there that were having too good a time. Let's put it that way. So we had I think Luke showed up, and I think him alone, he probably had a dozen beers that night. I don't know how he's alive. If you guys need a liver transplant, don't call him. He's not your guy. I had half a beer. I'm used to gaming and not drinking, though, to be honest with you. Well, caffeine, yeah, I drink caffeine, but alcohol, nah, I'm not. I don't need that. I do, mostly because it's a social setting, but I could live with that in my life. It's not that big a part of my life. Until somebody says I can't do it, like, the government says, oh, you can't drink. Well, screw you. But yeah, don't come to Luke for a liver transplant. So yeah, I had to edit a lot of stuff, a lot of things that were either off topic or just a bit too much to put on the internet. We're here to have a good time, but don't take things too far. At least there's nobody I know that's an angry drunk, so you don't have to worry about a brawl breaking out. All right, let's put this. Well, we want to keep that one handy. So yeah, check that out if you're so inclined. You don't have to watch it completely. Put it in the background while you're doing some painting, some hobby stuff, housework. I don't know. I do that sometimes. I was watching how to paint some doors a couple months ago, in 1-to-1 scale. And I just put on my headphones and listened to somebody else's show. And it was better than music because I didn't know what was coming next. And I happen to like talk things. I don't really listen to talk radio or anything anymore, but or haven't in a long time. But I do like it because you don't know what to expect. It's not predictable. Generally, not completely predictable, but I do like that kind of stuff. So yeah, I just listened to somebody else's show while I went about my business, and it was a live show. So if I heard something interesting, I'd stop and type in the text 'cause I'm listening to it on my phone, and reply to them and have a little bit of interaction. Went back to painting. It helped me get through some tough times of painting a 1-to-1 scale door that was frickin' not fun. One of those little doors on your house that have like the little French window. Is it French windows? I don't know. It's got the little. Yeah, it was French windows. So it had crossbars. The problem is the crossbars had never been painted and they were plastic, so it took lots of coats of paint to get him to do that. I don't like painting in 1-to-1 scale. Mr. Shevlin, you've been enjoying Blind DBA. Will you go back to standard DBA again? Yeah, eventually. The whole thing is we have an event coming up at the end of September that we're running, and we want to blind DBA, and we want to make sure that we've ironed everything out. And what's happened is every time we run it, we've had new players. They're going to play in the event, but they haven't played it yet. Like for instance, the person whose idea was Scott, he's yet to play it. So um, yeah, I don't think it's ever going to replace the other one, if that's what you're getting at. Um, if I ever come up with a set of rules, 30 years from now, it'll probably have the blind pip thing. Um, because I think it's more fun. Um, but it will have other things that DBA doesn't have all either, like contacting like this, and they go into combat like that, like other games do. But that's a whole different animal. But yeah, I like the blind pips, but we're not going to play all our games that way because I don't think it's very new person friendly. And as a matter of fact, when we play this tournament, I'm pretty sure that Mitch and I, neither one of us are going to play. We're just going to sit on the sidelines and make sure everybody's doing it right, because it is kind of a little wrinkle that after you play 2 games, you got the hang of it, but you don't want people doing stuff wrong. So, but yeah, we'll go back to standard DBA. It just depends on who's going to show up. Like last week, I didn't know who was going to be there until day of. Well, it makes it really impossible to plan, So um, I asked the other day who was coming on Monday and got a vague ass answer. So I'm not even sure what we're going to do Monday. So if we do standard DBA, we'll probably go back to playing the rest of the enemies of my Russians, which we've only done about half of them, or something different. But yeah, we'll go back to doing standard DBA. Definitely. And there'd be some more DBN, but I think what's happened now is Joel comes over on Mondays, but he's got an hour and a half drive. And by the time I'm the only one that well, Joe also sometimes works on Monday. He does normally work on Monday, but he'll come over in the morning and play with Mitch all day long. I show up when I'm off work, and I think the last couple times Joel had just left, so we may not have any DVN games videoed for a while if that's the case. Because I can't video until I'm off work. I can't get there until 6 p.m. probably. That's if I play my cards right. 6:30, and he doesn't want to get. He's been gaming all day. He doesn't want to get home at midnight or 10 o'clock or whatever. 'Cause he lives in the middle of nowhere. He moved down from Illinois, and the place he settled is near a forest, so to speak. It's just in the middle of nowhere. It's on the way to something. It's just, you don't want to drive there at night. Unpleasant. So for you DBN fans, it might be a while before you get another video. It just depends on if he's going to stay till the end of the day. So yeah, we play on a day that I work, so I think I'm the only one with a normal schedule. Meaning, I'm not going to say 9 to 5s. I don't work 9 to 5 on a Monday through Friday work schedule. Everybody else has a weird schedule. Joe has a weird schedule. I think he works a normal job, but then he's on call. Mitch is off Mondays and Tuesdays. Luke doesn't even know when he's off. Marty's retired, but he only comes once a month, so I'm the only one with a regular schedule that shows up regularly. Oh, Scott does. Scott has a regular schedule now, but he's been involved in other things. He's got other games that he can play on Mondays, so he's only coming a couple times a month, so he hasn't even gotten a chance to play his own game that he, not going to say created, but he came up with the idea for the Blind General, so oh well. It happens. But yes, to come back around to your question, we will be going back to normal DBA. Don't really want to get into doing house rules consistently because it just sends a wrong message. And if we're going to house rule some things, there's things that should be house ruled to make the game better that we have avoided because they're house rules. So I don't want to go down that slope. And in a perfect world, what makes this game so good is you can go to a tournament and everybody plays the same way. You just show up and start rolling dice. You don't have to talk about, well, what interpretation do you use on page 74, or whatever. We all can play by the same set of rules and have fun rolling dice. So the game could be better, yes, but it's more inconvenient if everybody plays a different way. So try to avoid that definitely for shows and things like that. So and then Don was going to make his appearance, but he went back to his cave. I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's been in hiding for a year. So first he's like, I'm going to show up when I get vaccinated, and he got vaccinated, and then he said he wasn't coming back the rest of the year. I'm not sure what's going on there. So I don't think he's in the hospital or sick or anything. I think he's just in hiding, so we won't see him for a while. He was going to run things at the show, and then he said, well, I'm not going to make it a show. So we just upped the amount of offerings that we have, so which is not a big problem for us. But you think you prefer the Blind General version? I think I do too. Okay, so your comment wasn't quote unquote complaining when we're going to go back to the regular one. No, we like it. We like it. I just don't want it to turn into That's why any blind general video, I'm going to start it with a blind general. And there may have been a better name for blind general, but it's too late now. that's kind of that's kind of stuck in the nomenclature now. But yeah, it's pretty cool. We enjoy it. It makes the when you roll a one for pips so much less painful. As I've said it before, when you roll a one in combat, yeah, you it stinks, but you roll the one, you apply the effects, and you move on. Just like if you roll a one for pips in blind general, you roll a one, you used it, you've moved on. It's now no longer you're bound. Not like you're trying to figure out, well, how am I going to use this one pip? So it's less torturous. It's like if you're going into a pool of cold water, you're going to jump in or you're going to go in little by little and torture yourself, you know? Yeah, blind general gives more tactical choices. Somebody was saying that it made everybody play more conservative. I tend to play conservative anyways. Um, I like to play aggressive conservative is my preferred way to play. I don't want to take any risks, but I also want to control the pace of the battle if I can. So that they end up reacting to you and you not reacting to them. If you can't, I mean, I don't really think about it. I just kind of do it. I mean, after playing 2,000 games of this silly thing, it's kind of, if I had to put my finger on what I'm doing and why, yeah, I like to take no risks and really mess the other person up. Stay in a group and try to disrupt them. And sometimes you can't do that because of the plans the other person has and or the pips you roll. But I don't know that it affects my gameplay. It probably I've got to believe it. I believe it affects my gameplay less than other people because I'm naturally stick groups together and before you come into contact, I try to be organized because you never know what's going to happen. Okay, this guy needs some pants and some boots. He's got some tall boots on, which I don't know that they were appropriate for this period, but because he's got boots that go up almost up to his knees. Um, hmm. All right, let's get a. Just like I don't think we would use collision course for every single game. Although it is fun. Um, really? I've had half this coffee, and it's like you could pour it on a graveyard, and all the zombies would come out. I'm starting to think I'm becoming immune to caffeine. Oh, well, no point in pulling this leather out and then using one I already had out. Let's try to do that again. False start. Mr. Dirk, good morning, or good evening, or yeah, it should be this evening, all the way on the other side of the world. How's the rest of the day looking? Look into the future and look into your present and tell us your future. Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, before many of you were on, if I get to the end of July, not June, July. If I get to the end of July, it doesn't look like I've made significant progress with these guys. I'm gonna have to switch to the Amorites because I've got to get the Amorites done for the show. These guys, there's nothing I have to use these guys in. So I don't want to do that. If I'm really close to finishing these guys, I'm probably going to power through and do them. But we got to get the Amorites done for the show, for sure. So, or I won't have an army to run in some of this stuff. Saturday evening's quite nice for painting. Cool. Got some car work I got to do later today. Get a haircut. What else? Well, I could probably put it off another week, but got to replace the rubber seals. I always struggle with what this is called. The rubber seals that go between the car door and the window at the bottom that the power window pushes through. The used car that we got for my daughter is dry rotted. The car is about 9 years old. 8 years old. It's a 2013, and it's in pretty bad dry rotted. So I ordered that stuff through Amazon. Watched a couple of videos. I've had it. I think it came in on Sunday or something like that. I haven't touched it all week because I got to do all four, and I don't want to be rushed. And so I'm actually looking forward to doing that until things go sideways. Then I won't be looking forward to it. But I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it slow. I'm gonna get out there, have a beer, and put my earbuds in, listen to some music, and do that. So. Listen to some old school music, as my daughter would call it. That's what she says, the stuff people don't listen to anymore. Well, I am sorry. I'm sorry that today's music sucks. Actually, I'm not sorry. It's not my fault. Though my daughter she'll steal songs from my playlist. I don't listen to music that often, but I'll put something I'll put my 70s and 80s rock playlist. And my next thing you know, my daughter's like, let me listen to music. And she'll have songs on there that they're obviously from me. I'm like, you little thief. Like, Dad, nobody listens to this stuff anymore. It's because you're a bunch of young punk asses. That's why. I still feel like I'm 25, though. I think it probably happens to everybody. We all think, dude, as you get older, you still feel like you're the same age. I do. There's just a bunch of stuff I don't want to put up with anymore. But I don't feel old. Notice I was very specific. I was going to have one beer, not a dozen like Luke. Maybe it was even more than a dozen. It was a lot. I'd hate for them to game at my house. There'd just be a lot of garbage I'd have to throw. I'd have to recycle or what have you every time after game night. Man, they went through a lot of stuff. I had half of one beer. That's enough. I got to get up the next day and do something I don't want to do. So, hat. What color hat are we going to do this guy? Well, I'm probably going to go with some kind of a straw color just to be safe. I could always change that later. He actually has a decent face on him. Let's see if we can get this thing to focus. It's a decent face on him. Yeah, I kept this blue because it looks like I didn't finish painting his sleeve for whatever reason. I'm not really sure what went on there, but let's finish the job. The last painting session was cut a little shorter. I had to stop before I got done with this figure, or got to a proper stopping point. Well, that got nice and wet. This might be one of those colors that doesn't mix really well, even with a painting, a painting ball, one of those mixing ball in there. Some settle better than others. And a lot of these colors, I think, before I bought them, they had been sitting on a shelf for a long time. All right, let's do that. Across the top. Dirk, what are you working on these days? I know you do 28s and you do DBMM, so that's a lot of big figures for the same thing. Take me a long time to get through one of those armies. You know, I've said if I was inclined to do 28s, which I'm not, it would just take too long per figure. I would do a way where, however I mounted them on a DVX type stand or DVX basing, I could pop them off and then use them for a skirmish game. So I could do like double duty with the same figures. You can't do it in 15s because your stand would be too small and it'd be too fiddly. But that's how I would do 28s for sure. Not that I would play the skirmish game, but a way to get double duty for them. You know, I would have done 28s if everybody was doing 28s. You know, if people were playing DBA in 28 millimeter when I found DBA for the first time, I probably would have ended up doing 28s. But you know, you kind of have to do what people around you do. Now I wouldn't do it, but and there are groups that only play in 28 millimeter, so I've heard. So you know, you kind of have to do whatever your group is doing, or unless you plan on providing figures for everybody when you play a game, which I am really not interested in doing that anymore. That's how everything used to be. You'd provide all the figures, have to paint them, and then have to worry about people mistreating them. No thanks. No thank you. That's way too stressful. The last game I ran at a convention for almost 6 years was because of that. Somebody was mistreating the stuff that I painted. Painting early Persian camp elements. Cool. Early Persians. Nice. I feel like that's an army. The Persians just kind of get forgotten, or at least in most tournaments I've seen. And honestly, they could probably hold their own just fine. They just I don't know. I don't have any of their armies because Mitch already had them, but certainly the later Achaemenid is very versatile. Got more troop, got more solid troop types than the earlier one. The earlier one just has a plethora of shooters. I don't know how I don't know how those deep bows are in DBMM, but in DBA, I don't like them because that first kill that costs 2 units is just brutal. They're just you don't get enough units that you can do that with to make it worth a while. They look cool, but I'm scared of deep bow units. They're just too. They get shot by get shot by bows too easily, by standard bows. So that's almost always their form of death, is they get outshot, in my experience. But they look cool. There's no doubt about that. But I have some in my Burgundian army, and I am so leery of using them. I feel like I end up playing keep away with them. Okay, his shirt's pretty much done. Played DBM in 28th because my local club has lots of players. Regularly have competition in 22 players. There you go. So you gotta do what people do. You know, you can't just. I've seen people that have asked, "I'd like to start doing DBA in tens. What do you think?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think you're going to be putting the figures down for everybody because nobody does tens or 12s or even sixes aren't that popular. It's mainly 15s and then 28s. But yeah, if your group is already a certain kind of game scale, you kind of have to go with that or start supplying figures for everybody or not play competitions. This is the first game that I played that was ever a competitive game, like a tournament based game. And it's better because now I don't have to paint figures for everybody and I don't have to worry about the figures that other people are manhandling. What's the ham fisted? People that are ham fisted with figures. So you have about four 15mm DVRs that never get used. Huh, interesting. Good morning, Kevin. Man, you get up early. Maybe you stay up late. Maybe you're just trying to sober up and try to get to bed. Welcome nonetheless. Let's wipe this thing down too. This thing's a mess here. Yeah, you kind of have to do what other people are doing, or be prepared to paint everything for everybody. And that's what got me out of other game systems. So I'm certainly not going to do that. I'm certainly not going to do that. Just the work and the worry. Not really a problem with the current people in the group, but I went to a show one time. I believe I was doing 1/2400 scale ships, and this one guy was just being. And I'll be honest with you, my ships didn't look worth a damn compared to my painting's gotten better. Or I didn't like them very much. I liked them so little that I got rid of them all. That we hadn't played in so long, and no plans on playing. This is a color I'm going to need to get. I need to start working on a list of colors to rebuy, because like I've had this a long time and used it a lot. This is this green ochre. This is the color that I like to call probably the closest to Panzer dark yellow, dunkelgelb. Because if you look at, there's a color called dark yellow, and you don't want to paint your German tanks that. This is the closest to it. That's of the original Vallejo. They may actually make a Panzer color that's closer to this, but this I've had this one a long time, but it's really watery. I don't know if I put water in it at some point, or I don't know. I've had it a long time. I need to make a list of colors to rebuy. How did I? You stay up late. Okay. How did I like playing the Hordes armies? I love them. I love Hordes. I think Hordes are cool. I like Hordes. I like Hordes because they're impetuous and crazy stuff happens. And if things go wrong, they don't cost anything. As opposed to Knights that get themselves into trouble and now you've lost the game because they were too zealous. But it doesn't mean I won't use Knights. I'm just stating what I don't like them because of that. I love painting them. Knights are probably my favorite element to paint, but not to play. I don't have a lot of confidence in them. You know, although I think the last series of games that I played, whoever it was that I played, my Knights survived a lot of bowfire against them, which is kind of unusual. But yeah, I like playing with Hordes. I like playing with all the elements. I don't like playing with Warband if my victory relies on them being effective. I don't mind having them. I just don't want them to put that much pressure on them being successful for a win. So I guess just for yucks, we should have played DBA 1.0 because I think in DBA 1.0 you can make any element a general, including an artillery. So Mitch could have his vaunted artillery general that he always likes to dream about. I think that's right. I never played 1.0, which is probably a good thing because then I wouldn't have to unlearn those rules as well. But I didn't even know about this game until 2004. So I probably would have picked it up sooner had I known about it. I'm guessing this is a hat and not a helmet. I guess it could be a helmet too. Well, this guy's got a hat on. Well, we'll see it. We'll see what it looks like. And if I don't like how it looks, then we'll change it. It's that simple. You know, no harm, no foul. It's the advantages of painting so thin. I could change my mind 6 times on the color and you wouldn't be able to tell. It's not like in the old days where you repainted something, you had to unpaint something else, or the paint would get so thick and goopy, and that's not the case anymore. We've evolved past that point. Let's do a little bit more white for highlighting here. This guy's got like a hat like Panama Jack. Man, that stuff was popular in the freaking 80s. Had that stuff everywhere. I didn't own any of that stuff, but Where's oh, it's being consumed by these guys. Let's move them off to the side. See if I can find a place to put this that doesn't move. And you guys can get a better view of seeing what I'm seeing. There we go. That's better. That's a little better. Yeah, so you need some leggings and some boots on this guy. And I have done that before. I've gotten to the end of a project. I've been like, I don't like the colors I picked for that guy. Let me change that up. I just discovered WRG rules went to 7.5. I didn't know there was a 7.5 version of WRG. I honestly don't know anything about that. I don't know any. I didn't never play any Ancients or Medievals until 2004. It never occurred to me. Nobody in my area did. So. But then again, somebody, because they do something in your area doesn't mean you want to do it. We had a big presence of American Civil War games when I was a kid growing up. Never interested me. It will never interest me. Let's put it that way. Even if there's figures out there that I like painting by my hero. I know Dave Alsop did lots of 15s for Napoleonics and American Civil War and whatnot. I don't see ever painting American Civil War, ever. Napoleonics I probably would have done had everybody that I known, between the Napoleonics that Mitch has and the ones that Joel has painted, because he has a whole set too. There's no reason of me ever painting any of them. So I don't love the Napoleonic gameplay. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It just seems like it's too predictable. Too many things are too predictable. But, that's just me. I'll play it. Got no problem playing it, but you don't need me collecting it. We're going to make this guy's pants white or white-ish. But we're not going to mix it with black. We're going to mix them with brown, so it'll make them a little different. Yeah, I don't know what attracts people to a certain period. I was always growing up as a kid. For me, it was World War II and World War One, but mostly World War II. World War II was the perfect balance between brute force and technology. One wasn't too strong over the other. And those Jerrys make such good adversaries, don't they? So I always like World War II. World War II in Europe, North Africa, not the Pacific. I'm not a Pacific fan. I'm not one of those people that's like, well, we got to do a movie. We got to put Americans in it so people like it. Now I get annoyed by shit like that. You know, I I'm definitely a fan of living in this country, but I'm not a fan of the history being American centric. So I'm not a fan of American history. So any armies or nations you guys won't play? I mean, is there? I'm not talking about periods. I mean, there's periods that aren't interested, but is there somebody like you won't play a certain nationality or whatever? I'll play anybody. I don't give a crap who they are. You know, I may not like certain groups and what they did historically in real life, but that doesn't mean I won't play them in a game. I'll try to get them to win, even if they are communists. Just a game. I know people that will refuse to play Certain nationalities. I'm not one of those people. I'll play anybody. I don't care who they are. You're interested in all war. Okay. I guess I guess I am to a degree. I don't know what it is. I went to was it late last year? I think it was late last year. I went to a place called St. Simon's Island. I think that's where it was. It's just outside of Brunswick, Georgia. This little town, little seaside town, and there's some history there I didn't know about. And there were some battles that happened in that area around the. Is it the War of Jenkins Year? I don't know. It's the War of Austrian Succession here in the New World. I don't know. I didn't know anything about it, but I went and visited a couple of the sites and took pictures and read some of the history behind it, and even looked into possibly gaming it. You know, that's how I get into it. I'm like, okay, this is cool. Now, how many guys were here? You know, but again, it looks like it doesn't really. You don't have Middle Eastern armies. People say we took the land from the Indians, but we actually took it from the French and the Mexicans. Well, my people took it from the Indians, just so you know. You know, because the Vikings didn't want to stick around, so we showed up next. You have a Palmyran army. Is that Middle Eastern? Absolutely. Yeah. Took it from the French and the Mexicans. In your part of the world? Yeah. That's Hellenic, right? Palmyran? I'd say they're Middle Eastern. Palmyran, really interesting civilization. They're over Syrian, Armenian type thing. They were playing for both sides. Well, they're kind of like the Armenians. They were playing for both sides. They were playing the no, they were Roman. They weren't Byzantine yet. The Romans against the Parthians, and then were they still around when the Sassanids came around? It's close. I think the Palmyrans end in the late 200s. I could be wrong. And the Sassanids came up in the 300s. So maybe they were playing the Parthians and the Romans against each other. So I think they can have both as allies. Really interesting stuff. And they had those ruins that recently were blown up by those sons of bitches out there now. The ISIS folks, man, freaking destroying stuff that at least we have pictures of that stuff, but I hate all civilizations that destroy previous things. It just doesn't make any sense. You know? We have such limited knowledge of what we know, and to destroy the little bit that we know is just criminal. So, spent a couple of weeks in Palmyra several years ago. I knew you were moonlighting for ISIS. Yeah. Oh man. And I'm not interested in gaming conflicts that I don't consider very balanced. Like, for instance, I don't think I'd ever game Mexican American War. I just don't think it's very balanced. Um, stuff that's there's many conflicts that are that way, but yeah. Anyhow, we're going to do boots in this color. Although they make some really cool figures for Mexican American War. Like I think American Civil War is probably really good for balance. I just don't interest. I'm not interested in the period. I'm not interested in the history or the uniforms or the style that things were done in, or it just doesn't appeal to me. My people aren't involved in it at all. I've got no, I mean, my ancestors weren't in this continent when that was going on. So, but there's other stuff of a similar period, like the Carlist Wars in the mother country. I'm not interested in doing that either. So, I don't know what makes something interesting and what makes it not interesting for me. I think, like for instance, the Napoleonic period never took off for me because, again, it's not a history period I'm particularly interested in, and I find the uniforms, although they're very colorful, they're all very similar. Yes, there's differences, but and then for the most part, the people that were playing it were much older than we were at the time. So I don't know. It didn't really click. But there's just things that click for different people. Like there's a lot of people I know that are not interested in naval warfare at all. And for me, that wasn't the case. I was into it a lot when I was younger. It was the first thing I got into was the ships and the battle for the North. Again, not the Pacific. I don't care about the Pacific. The Battle of the North Atlantic and surface raiders and Nazis make really good adversaries, don't they? Unfortunately. But yeah, so I grew up, watching stuff like that with my dad, Guns of Navarone and, all those old movies that's what I wanted to see. I mean, I didn't see a Napoleonic movie. I've only seen one Napoleonic movie, Waterloo, and I didn't see it until I was late 30s, 40s, so there was no tie-in there for that, you know. Had coffee with a museum director there who was later tortured but wouldn't give up the hidden museum pieces. Man, that sucks. That freaking sucks, man. I hate hearing stuff about stuff like that in this age. Come on, man. Can we at least learn by the things that have happened in the past? Yeah, but certain periods are more interesting than others. Never gotten really into any of the American centric conflicts. Even the ones where the United States was involved in, I'm not really interested in them. The part that the U.S. gets involved in, like I'm not interested in the Pacific Theater. I'm not saying it wasn't important. I'm just saying it's just not something that interests me. Again, it's not balanced. Once like I did a lot of naval war. We did a lot of naval gaming back in the day, and one of my friends was really big in the Pacific stuff, and so I did. Talking about World War II, obviously, um, we did. We would go in and we would do stuff. Up to Guadalcanal. After Guadalcanal, it's like, okay, all the U.S. ships are basically like three different kinds, and it's just boring, and they kind of lose their individuality. And from a wargaming standpoint, it's not as interesting. You know, carriers take over everything, and if you're interested in having big guns slug it out with each other, carriers are kind of like the thing that ruins everything, you know, the whole experience. Doesn't mean that they weren't effective in real life. I'm just saying from a wargaming standpoint, that's not what I want to see, you know. Um, so, anywho, not really focused on the. Is there anything? No, I can't think of anything. Not interested. As soon as the U.S. gets involved in something, see, I'm already American, so there's no way really for me to role play that. I'm already, you know. And I know lots of people that's the opposite. You know, it's like, well, they're not interested in something unless the United States is involved in it. I'm like, I like lose interest. So certainly, if you're doing World War One, I mean, it's like, I mean, by that time, it's kind of a foregone conclusion. The U.S. troops look very similar to the Commonwealth troops and what they wear. And good morning, Mike B. Mr. B. Okay, we're gonna call this guy done. Let me get back here and do this. This is a peasant archer from Naismith. Thick base, we're gonna hide that underneath the goop there. All right. In typical fashion, we're going to do, there's another one of these guys in the army. We're going to turn around and do him next. And that keeps me from painting them the same way because they're fresh in my mind what they look like. So, that guy was blue. We'll give this guy, oh, I did not do a very good job of cleaning this guy up. Used to play ACW Naval, which was fun. So, the last game that Mitch and I played that wasn't DBA together, we played at a convention. It was an American Civil War naval game, and we hated it. Why did we hate it? Well, we both played the South because it's more fun to do South voices. You know, it is all about the voices. A lot of it is. You know, it's my form of role play. You know, so we had these casement ships, and the way the game was messed up because it was kind of like wooden ships and Iron Men in a way that, you know, we have some stands here. Yeah, we got some stands here. We'll use this. So we would, you know, there'd be like a line of monitors and we would come in this way. And of course, all our guns are on casements. And we'd go around and we're like this and we were out of arc. So we'd plot our move and then the monitor would move like here. And then we would move like this. And all of a sudden my ships would be out of arc. But there's no way to stop the turn in mid-game. So you shoot at the end of every movement impulse. So here you're out of arc, and then here you're out of arc. So I never got the fire. So it was like stupid. That's not a reasonable game. So, so we never played it again. But beautiful models. We specifically played this game because of a certain game master that's known for making really nice looking models, and they were beautiful. But I hated the game. It wasn't playable. You know, it's like we never got to shoot. You know, the turreted ships could fire every turn because they could just rotate to where the enemy was. But the casement ones, I understand you're limited by it, but you at least have to have some kind of opportunity fire or make the movement impulses shorter or something, or I wouldn't even get the fire because they didn't fall in between those two things. It's just stupid. That's no good from a gameplay standpoint, you know. But I would like to do a naval game maybe 20 or 30 years, 25 years after the American Civil War, 1880s, early 1890s. So before Russia-Japanese War. If I got into doing naval game, that's the period I would do. And then it was a period where anybody could have fought anybody, so to speak. So then you could do these fictitious timelines and have really close range ironclad type ramming and things like that. I think once you get into the pre-dreadnoughts, ships could become a lot more. And it's not that I have anything against the World War II and the World War I stuff, but I've done a lot of that in the past. A lot of that. And I'm kind of done. I wouldn't go back in and do that sort of thing. So that's if I had to get back into it, but I don't see getting back into it. It's just too much of a production value. I could be doing something else instead. Let's give this guy a light gray type thing. Spanish American War. That's really unbalanced. The Spanish were way on their way down already. The Spanish were already on their way down for 200 years, right? 1880s? Yeah. Yeah, once 1700 rolled around, the Spanish were definitely on their way down. So now you're talking about almost 1900. That, and I don't want to play my people if they suck. You know what I mean? I'm definitely partial to the Spanish. They're my people. I don't know. Was my ancestor already in Cuba by that time? Maybe. Close. My dad said he was a colonel, and one of my let's see, not my grandfather, my great grandfather was a colonel in the Spanish military in the late 1800s. But I think that was before the Spanish American War. I don't know. I guess I should do that genealogy thing, but then you might find out you're related to somebody you don't want to be. Might be related to those people in Palmyra that burned those things down. It's better not to know. I think that would be taking it to extremes, but yeah, if I'm playing Spanish American War, I'm not playing the Americans. I'm playing the Spanish. The stupid uniforms had like pajamas with little pinstripes and the straw hats. But they had Mauser rifles, so. I'll tell you one thing actually would make an interesting game is if I collected Spanish Civil War, because then you could play both sides, which are pretty balanced, to be honest with you. If I remember correctly, the majority of the cruisers and destroyers were on the Republican side, and each side had a dreadnought that ended up not doing much. And then the Nationalists had a handful of destroyers, the two heavy cruisers, and I think one light cruiser for sure. Maybe a couple, but most of the light cruisers were the Republicans, and they had mostly the destroyers. So on it, right on, just on that, that's pretty balanced. Plus, you could have a conflict where, you could have neutrality patrols that get involved into the conflict. You know, you could have French or German or British neutrality patrols that somehow get involved into the conflict inadvertently or what have you. So yeah, it's an interesting type period. You don't have aircraft carriers yet, so they don't ruin the experience. And is there radar yet? I don't think there's radar yet. I think one of the earliest sets of radar was on the Spey, which was on neutrality patrol. So yeah, that would be kind of interesting. But you know, nasty stuff, that war. Yep. I got a book on it on my Audible read list. I haven't gotten to it yet, but and I don't know if I will, but because I don't have any plans on wargaming it, but I I do like reading about conflicts that are not cut and dry. So that's why I'm a big fan of the Eastern Front in World War II. I think Spanish Civil War would probably scratch that itch as well. You know, both sides being kind of the bad side. You know, bad guys versus bad guys. Okay, what did we do here? This guy here. This brush just isn't. This brush just isn't doing it. These little things aren't staying together. Wasn't there 3 factions during the Spanish Civil War? Well, technically, there's probably like 12, but nah, mainly just 2. Yeah, there's so many different factions. That'd be one of those things that, I want to read a book about it, but you got to find a balanced book, man. I have a feeling that's probably harder than you think. There's a lot of emotional stuff about that book. I'm a big boy. I think I'd be able to read something and not be contaminated by the slant of something. Things aren't as cut and dry as they want to be, as you think they are. So, don't have any plans on wargaming that. I know there was a flight simulator. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it's called now. But I had gotten way back when. I had gotten one of these. Who was it? Was it SSI? I think it was SSI. I could be wrong. They had made some kind of a flight simulator that was called, I want to say it was called Luftwaffe Commander. I could be wrong. And God, you're gonna make me look that up. Or I'm gonna make me look that up. I believe that's what it was. Studio WGS, welcome from all the way on the other side of the world, almost damn near on the other side of the world. Welcome. The only place that's hotter than where it is here now. You guys have some really hot weather. Let me see if I can look this up. I believe it was called Luftwaffe Commander. But it was a flight simulator where you could only play German aircraft. And it started in the Spanish Civil War, which was kind of unusual. You started playing, I think you could play. What's the first fighter the Germans had? Was it Henschel? Henschel 150? I don't know what it is anymore. Luftwaffe Commander. Kind of look like those Luftwaffe Commander PC game. You think you play that for a little bit, and then you get the freaking. That's exactly what it's called, Luftwaffe Commander. It released in 1999. Strategic Simulations. Yeah, SSI. Yeah, it wasn't a great game, but it did allow you to play Spanish Civil War. Yeah, you start off with some kind of the Henschel plane. It's a little biplane or whatever. Kind of like the Gloucester Gladiator, so to speak. And use that for a couple of missions, and then you go to the 109Bs, and that's like, like a jet aircraft compared to, because you end up fighting those Ilyushin 16s, the Ratas, and stuff like that. I remember that. There's so many things I've experienced in video games that just stick with you. Luftwaffe Command. Let's see what this screen looks like. It doesn't look horrible. Play now? Here you go. Here's a flight of these Henschels. Not horrible graphics. Not horrible graphics. So, I guess there's some kind of mod where you can play a Comet and a 262 later on. I never made it that far, going to Russia and stuff like that. But I think you can only play German aircraft, which, is okay because it's a little different. There's some games where I like games where it allows you to play from both sides. I've certainly played my share of flight simulators back in the day. Aces over the Pacific, Aces over Europe, Red Baron 3D. What else? What was the one? There was one that I would start up on my first computer. I had a, oh man, I had a sound box at the bottom made by Boston something or another. Say Boston Acoustics, but I probably got that wrong. So it's this square boom box that's probably, I'm probably going to get the dimensions wrong, but something like 6 inches thick and like 9 by 9, and had a hole in it. And when you start that thing up, you could feel the freaking air blowing on your legs because it'd be down here, and it was like you start up like a P-47 or something like that, and it was just like, oh, it was just amazing. It was almost like a 4D effect, so to speak. Um, oh, what was the name of that called? I don't know. It was the one that came around 2003 or whatever. It was all Northwest Europe type thing. Played that quite a bit. But I don't buy video games anymore. They're just, I get tired of them too quick. I probably would experiment with more once I get my internet up and running, because now you could like buy one through Steam, try it out for a few hours, and then if it doesn't run well on, that's mainly the main thing is it doesn't run well on your computer. That's why I'm a big fan of console gaming, because console gaming, they always run, everybody has the same specs. So they're kind of made to run with those specs. So they tend to run smoother. The the game might not be worth a damn, but at least it running glitchy isn't an issue. But yeah, you can try something for a couple hours, and if it doesn't work well, or if it's you thought it was going to be a certain kind of gameplay and ends up being a different one, you can just get your money back. But it does involve you downloading the game, which, if you have a very archaic internet connection, like I do here, it could take all day just to get a game that you don't care for. But it doesn't replace face-to-face gaming, but it just gives you a little bit. It just gives you a little bit of something else, you know. There's some games I remember when they came out, they just never ran well. Um, in the mid 90s, I didn't have a computer, but a friend of mine did. And I would frequently buy games to run on his computer. And there was a game that came out, it was a tank simulator called Across the Rhine. It never ran well. It never ran well. Panzer Elite never ran well. It just never ran well. I mean, even when I got Panzer Elite when I had a new computer, and it was like a top of the line in '99, it never ran well. It would glitch up, or it was too jagged that where it moved from frame to frame. So you love playing Europa Universalis? I played that a bit. It's too strategic of a game. I don't enjoy games that strategic. Um, it has too much of what I want, of what I don't like in a simulation, and not enough what I do. Um, yeah. Plan for next week theme. I don't know. Universalis 4. Which is the one that I played? Is it 2? And then I downloaded another one. I'm like, oh, this is more of the same. I did play it. I did play one of them quite a bit, and it was just really annoying. Like you tell your guys that you move into one zone, move to this one, and your arrow's almost all the way to this zone, and you get attacked from the back and get start back up where you were, and you're fighting here in your homeland. You finally take care of whatever that is, and you do it again, and you get attacked again. It was like just really annoying that it did that. But I did like the exploring part. Always played the Spanish, of course. Why would I play anybody else? It doesn't make any sense. Not for me. That's a sign of a game that's not so good, in my opinion, or one that's really not suited for myself. When I only play one faction and I'm done, or one form of playing the game and then I'm done. So, like Rome Total War, I never played all the factions. Medieval Total War, I didn't play all the factions. But you take a game like, say, like Diablo, give you an example. That's a game that I'll have finished the game and played every single one of the characters all the way through. So that's a better fit for me. than something where I don't want to play all the particular factions. Or like this, what's the one that we're playing now? Field of Glory. I'm not interested in playing any of the campaigns against the computer. They're just too, they're not challenging enough. I don't know. They're not involved enough. I'll be right back. I need to get a refill, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay. You just ordered a Sumerian army from Eureka. So I'm anxiously awaiting the new troops. Oh, those are the guys that, no, Joe ended up getting the museum ones. I'm sure they're nice. Eureka miniatures are really nice. They're just kind of a little limited in what they do, but back when we were talking about the video games, there's different kinds of games, of genres. You've got you even within simulations and strategy games or whatever. There's strategy games, there's tactic games, there's first person shooters, there's role play type games, and just because a certain type of game is really popular doesn't mean it necessarily fits into what you want to simulate or really works for you. I've played my share of first person shooters. I'm fine if I never play another one. I've done everything from, fighting Nazis and demons and different stuff, and I've done enough of those that I'm fine if I never do them again. I mean, I'm kind of the generation that kind of, when those video games came out, we played them from the start, meaning Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, and never cared for Quake. Um, that kind of stuff. I don't feel like those games have a lot of replay value anymore for me. I've played some really interesting ones. There's a series of games called Brothers in Arms. They were like a World War II themed one. So you're playing individually a guy, but you're also giving people orders. So you could do some kind of enveloping and stuff. That's kind of interesting for those of you that are World War II nuts like me. So I've played all that kind of stuff. If I never play another one of those, I'm fine. Strategy games, you know, there's one game that's on Steam that gets so much freaking people love it, and it just doesn't appeal to me. And it's Duke Nukem 3D. Oh yeah, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Well, I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. And I used to know that one saying he used to say, "What are you, some kind of a something something bottom feeder, whatever?" I've just been so many years. That was the first one you could aim. That was the first game you could aim up and down. It's similar to Borderlands. I like Borderlands a lot, but it's stupid plot well done. I think Duke Nukem was the same way. Stupid plot well done. Certainly for the time. Borderlands, I think the plot is dumb, but it's well done in that it keeps you interested because it's basically a treasure hunt. And I love the cell animation. What is the game that's on there that on Steam that is so freaking popular? It was like a science fiction. It's a 4X game that's a science fiction discover a planet, and it was like some Shadow Empire, I think. I downloaded it and I hated it. It wasn't geared for me. And that's okay. Not every game has to appeal to you. I mean, there's some people I'm sure that don't like that kind of things. But the games I've played the most, spent the most time on, are games like that involve some kind of a treasure hunt and exploration. So something like a Diablo type game, or like what's the Western game? Red Dead Redemption. Those type of things are the ones that appeal to me the most. You know, you're either hunting for things or you're exploring things, or that open world or treasure hunts are the ones that appeal to me the most. A strategic game like, what's that one that people play now? The Hearts of Iron. I'm just not interested in managing production. That sounds too much like something I can do in real life. I'm just not interested in. It doesn't mean it sucks. It just not really works for my personality type. I'm not interested in that. There was a game a while ago that came out that was like Hearts of Iron that I absolutely hated. Anywho, not every game is made for everybody or really appeals to everyone. And I've had good times playing games I don't play anymore. So it's not like I haven't had good times playing first person shooters. I have. I'm just after a while, it's like too much of the same thing. Oh, you spent most of my time on Ultima. I played with a guy who used to play that all the time, and he had mapped out like all the caverns. And he would just see, I think some things are just not worth my time. Like for instance, he would go in and he would fight whatever. What were the monsters that were underneath there? Like trolls or something? They would have spears. He'd collect all the spears, which you were limited how many you could carry, and go and sell them. Well, you weren't getting shit for gold, so why waste your time for that? But it was just the completeness of it all. I'm like, I'm just not going to do stuff like that. Just not worth my time. Yeah, Ultima. And he'd keep track of which shrines did something else, and the guy was definitely programmed a little differently than me. But anyways, he was a scientist. I am not a scientist. And never will be. But What's that game that we used to play? Um, about the same time period of Ultima. There's a game we used to play that was like you would discover a new world and you would, and it's not Empire. I hated Empire. I mean, I played it a lot, and then after a while, it's like, okay, too much of the same thing. Like you're gonna, once you know you're gonna win, it's like there's no point in playing the game. It was called, God, I don't remember. I played that one a lot. When you went in it, you would discover a new world and you could upgrade your little towns and discover other towns and you could play against different people. And I'm not talking about civilization. It was only like it was like New World. You'd had like Indians and you would have French and Dutch and English and Spanish and I feel like I'm missing somebody. And then when you got into the combat phase, it was almost like a little chess game. I liked that game a lot. I played that a lot. Back in the day, I spent most of my time with Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, and Neverwinter Nights. I don't think it's City of Gold. I gotta find out what it is. I don't even remember who made it. If I find out who made it, I'd be able to narrow it down. We played it quite a bit. Rise and Rule the Ancient Empires. No. Baldur's Gate. I like Baldur's Gate. Um, what's what's that guy say? Hold on a second. Full plate and packing steel. Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the eyes. I like that game until I ran into these magic arrows. I got ambushed by this group of, I don't know if I got ambushed. There's a place where you have to get through these damn archers with magic arrows. And I got killed like 12 times in a row. And I don't enjoy banging my head against a wall. I want things to be challenging, but, I already have a job, so I don't need to, you know, I'm not one of these people like the game needs to be harder. No, it needs to be challenging, but it doesn't need to be like so difficult. So I enjoy fantasy games unless the magic portion is so powerful. And that's what happened in that game. I enjoyed it up to that one point where I don't know how far it was in. And I couldn't get past that point. I just gave up. I just stopped playing it. But I liked it up to that point. Neverwinter Nights, I only played a little bit. It was okay. Um, Dungeon Siege. I liked Dungeon Siege a lot until I couldn't finish the game because my computer couldn't keep up with the graphics. But Dungeon Siege was really cool because you played a character, and I guess you would end up getting other characters, kind of like Baldur's Gate. But you got better at the skills you used. So if you used magic a lot, you ended up being better at magic. If you end up shooting bows a lot, you end up being a better archer. So you kind of created your own character class just by the decisions you made of how you fought the battles. And I think that was an interesting way to do it. Elves don't have buttholes. What? My hotel's as clean as an elven's arse. Elves don't have what? Interesting. It's a Baldur's Gate reference. Okay. I liked that game until it got too difficult. So, but now I played all the way through Diablo 1, all the way through Diablo 2, 3, multiple times. And I'm talking about going through all the difficulty levels and completing it through all of it. Even that one game that was a ripoff of Diablo 2 and was better called Titan Quest. Titan Quest was awesome. Finished that all the way through with multiple characters. That's a great game. And I could even get the girls to play those. So those Diablo type games, that's family gameplay, you know. So my girls aren't gamers, but they can get with me on that. Um, yeah, good times. Yeah, stuff like Diablo 4 comes out, you buy that right off the bat. You know you're going to play. I know I'm going to play a living hell out of that. So that's like a sure thing. If another Borderlands comes out, I said I'm not going to do other first-person shooters, but those games are fun. It's hilarious and they look good with a cell animation. The Ankeg attack was brutal. I don't think I've seen it. I got to this one point where I was traveling around and I got attacked by these freaking archers. There was about as many of them as my group. So my, how big could your group be? 5, 6 people. And remember Darklands? Darklands was a game that came out in the early 90s and it was set in 1500s, a fantasy setting, 1500s Germany. And you had to stop this cult that was the Teutonic Knights or whatever. And you had kind of like Baldur's Gate. You had little characters. I think you'd have up to 4 people in your group. Played that quite a bit. Um, yeah, good times, man. We played a lot of video games, but it's not the same as playing people face to face. But there's some games I would never play face to face again. Like I would never play a counter type game, war game counter type game like Third Reich. I hate Third Reich to begin with, but I'm just a game where you're moving divisions around and stuff like that, face to face. I would never play that face to face. I'd play it on a computer against another person, but a game that takes forever to set up like that, it's just not well suited for face to face play. You're not going to finish it in a session, and we're going to make this other guy's cough red. You're not going to finish it in a session, and you're going to have to write where all the units are. The computer is much better for playing that type of thing. Now, I'm not saying you have to play against the computer. I'm just saying it needs to be in a computer setting so you don't waste 4 hours setting up the game. That kind of thing. I accidentally carried around my armor in my backpack rather than wear it. I'll have to find out. I'll have to find out what point it was that the Baldur's Gate thing stopped doing it. I don't want to talk to people. I like finding weapons. I like improving weapons. I like doing the little tactics in between the things. But if you find a game where your decisions that you have to do, if you end up being too passive, there's two. You have a type of gameplay where you've got like not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft, where you're like, okay, you guys come over here and chop these trees down, and you end up and then they get out of control, and then you're being stressed out by being pulled in too many directions. That's stressful. And then also a game where you can take all the time in the world because it's turn based. That's also bad. It's got to be some kind of in between balance between the two things. I don't really care for a game where it's like, okay, just leave me alone for a second so I can look at my inventory, and you constantly keep getting attacked by different people. It's like, man, I get paid for less stress than this. Why am I doing this for fun? There's a zombie game. I'm not a huge fan of zombie things, but there's a zombie game I play on the. It's available on the PC, but I played it on the Xbox. It's a Microsoft exclusive game called State of Decay, and that game is fabulous. And I played the living hell out of that game. But again, it's a minor management, role play, find weapons, go to this house, see what you find there, kind of thing. That it's not scary. You could get startled, but it's not. Rome 2. Yeah, Rome 2 is just too complicated. There's too much politics and stuff that I don't care. I have it. I got it when it was super cheap, but used to play video games and now work with computer graphics. Being in front of a screen is not relaxing. Okay, that's why I paint. Yeah, the painting is definitely more relaxing than playing a video game. Rome 2 is just too complicated. I don't want to marry people. It doesn't matter how long I take. I feel like I've missed something. It's very hard for me to be efficient, and there's so many things that are going on that I'm just missing out on. I don't know. I got the Romance of the Three Kingdoms one, and I really like that period, and I really dig that history, the fake history, the lore between it. So I get into that, but I don't know. I've done all that stuff before. I don't even want to fight the tactical battles. The tactical battles turn into the same thing. You build a line, You make sure the line holds. You take the cavalry around the cavalry around the back, hit them in the rear, break the unit. Every game turns into the same thing, you know. Or you play some kind of a keep away till you can do, you know. It's they're not in involved. I don't know. They just don't excite me. I don't know how the hell this stupid game has kept my. Maybe it's because it's to get only against other human opponents. So, what was the name of that game? Who was the name of the company? I'm sure it's on Abandonware. I guarantee it's on Abandonware. I just don't remember what it's called anymore. But, you know, they're games that I have fond memories of, but I would never play them again. So I'm not one of these people that wants to get, oh, let me get these retro console, you know, let me go and play Gauntlet again. No, I've done that. That's too not involved. Now, I have fond memories of it, but I don't want to play it anymore. Or these retro type graphics. We had those retro graphics when that's all we have. I don't want to play that stuff anymore. Man, I wish I could remember what the name of that company was. It's a smaller company. Oh well. And then some games just don't appeal to certain people the way they look. Like people love that. What is it? The Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls, and I don't like how it looks. It just doesn't appeal to me. So, or what's that Fallout? I I like the plot of Fallout, but man, everything looked the same. It was like over and over the same thing, the same tree over. It's just no, no. I'd rather be doing this. And again, if you're with a bunch of people, I don't think any of the people I play with play any of those kind of games, so I can't even talk about them. You know, it's like, oh man, you never believe what happened the other day when I was doing this, that, the other. So part of it is the social aspect. It just doesn't exist on computer games if nobody else is playing them. And I'm not particularly interested in interacting with folks on the internet who may be 8 years old and are 4 foot tall and have a 7 foot mouth. You know what I mean? So there's I'm not really interested in people being disrespectful to each other in a game. Blind General 3 was quite rowdy. You should have seen what I edited out. Yeah, it was out of control. Well, two of the players had like 24 beers between them, and that was just on camera. And I wasn't one of them. I had half a beer. I didn't think I even finished mine. At least nobody got into fights. We don't have any angry people, but I'll say it again. If you need a liver transplant, don't go to somebody whose last name is Harbach. Those people will drink way too much. I don't even want to drink more than once a week. And I don't think it's addictive. I'm just saying, you know, it's just a bad habit to get into. I've never really done it much, you know, and I don't need to drink to hang out with the guys because we have a good time. So I need to drink to be sane at work, and I can't. So I could deal with it any other time. Yeah, I was pretty rowdy. It took me a long time to edit things out. I tried to keep as much as I could, but there's gaps in there where things just went in directions that it didn't need to go into. Yeah, when you add Luke into the situation, then you add Patrick, it can really get out of control. So, I mean, none of it bothered me, but what's funny is Luke getting confused about what a dolphin was. Thinking a dolphin was a fish. Oh man. Yes, have another beer. Man, if I drank that much beer, I'd be dead. I could drink all night, but it's got to be like whiskey or something like that. Beer, I'm done. I require finer spirits. There's one game that we played and I filmed and I never put it up. It just involved too much. It involved some of those usual suspects, and it was really rowdy. They got into arguing about football, and it was just there was just too much editing to do. I just couldn't do it. And I think it was on the old phone that couldn't handle the compiling. And I'm like, the video never went up. It was I want to say it was a shooting themed one. I want to say it was like a Dark in the Skies or something like that we did. This was probably 2 years ago, and I'm like, I just can't edit. I can't edit this. It's just too long. So Marco Mavro, welcome. Good early morning to you. You guys are just 1 hour difference, I think. Yeah, 6:30. That's not too early. You need to be waking up that early, otherwise, day gets away from you. Yeah, I much prefer to run the videos where I have to do a minimum of editing. That way, I can get out the next day, not 2 days later, because that meant I literally every waking moment that I had of free time was I had to watch the whole thing again, basically, to edit stuff out. I tried not to edit anything I could get away with not editing, but I probably had to cut out say a dozen things, which is a lot. Been up all night. Why do you take out swear words? Depends on the swear word. No, I don't take them all out. I don't have a problem with them. I have no problem with swearing as long as it's used as an exclamation point in a sentence. But but when you start putting things in there where if somebody was 15 years old, you have to describe to them what exactly that saying means. That's a bit too much, you know. So no, I didn't take much stuff in there. But it did go into topics and sections that it didn't need to go into. That so and I don't really want to control. You know, that's the thing is, it's impossible for me to plan. I didn't know who was going to show up at that game night until it's that game night. Well, at that point, it's too late, you know. So dealing with a lot of people that can't plan. And I got to plan every day for work, and things go sideways. So I'm not a big. I certainly don't want to plan on something and then nobody shows, and then plans have to go upside down. I don't know where the hell this brush is. That Yeah, I don't have a problem with any language. None of it offends me, but I don't want the dialogue of my games to be something along the lines of, say, a Deadpool 3. You know what I'm saying? It could be funny, but that's a bit too far. Up all night, night shift. What army had 6 hordes? The Sui Chinese had 6 hordes, and I think the Aztecs can have 6 hordes as well. This is the brush I was looking for. Yeah, so both of those were run by the two drunkest dudes. And I don't know how they can drink that much and not drink any water, because I get dehydrated by beer in a heartbeat. Even having like one beer, I get dehydrated like something fierce. But yeah, my preference is not to edit anything, but it can get out. I knew that after I was that game, like, oh, we're gonna have to edit shit. We're just gonna have to. It just went in too many different directions. Gee, that or don't put the video up. So, kind of a no-brainer between those two. But it didn't mean I had to watch the whole video again, or listen to it, I should say. But actually, I had to edit less than I thought I was going to have to be honest with you. While I was there, I'm like, oh, it's going to be a doozy. You love as the opponent slowly caught on to the moving figure. Yeah. Yeah, he's a great figure. Made by Thistle and Rose, I'm pretty sure. And I've got his cousin around here floating around. He's going to be in the other horde stand. He's giving people the bird. He's around here somewhere. I have another solid horde stand to do, and that's I didn't want to put them both in the same stand. I wanted to spread the wealth, so to speak. But where is he? He's in here somewhere. Oh. Here he is. And this looks, he's got almost a Viking. Does he have a nasal helm? That may be a nasal helm, or he has a really flat nose. It's hard to tell one way or the other. Yep. This is going to be in the other horde stand. Yeah, he's got some kind of ring mail. Really detailed ring mail, actually. Yeah, it's a Thistle and Rose figure, so. Yeah, we're going to put him on, we're going to make another solid horde stand that we've used this between a bunch of different armies, so. Anywho. That's the other horde stand I would have used, but I don't have it finished. I don't need it for a certain army except these Ostrogoths, and I actually never run the Ostrogoths before with hordes. So. Well, my preference is to do the video unedited, and of course my preference is to do a video while we play, because so many really interesting things happen that people that don't play frequently just have no idea. That so many odd situations can happen all the time, or really unlikely events transpire. That's what keeps us coming back to this game. I've said it before. It's like, that's why we play this stupid game. So many strange, interesting things happen. And I know some people saying, oh, I posted a video and on one site, some guy's like, how do you expect me to watch this 4 hour long video? I'm not expecting anybody to watch it. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. But I don't expect people to sit there and look at it, put it in the background and do housework or paint and have it, you don't have to be intently watching it and not do anything else. You don't have to watch my stuff, just like, I don't watch every single thing that every person I'm subscribed to ends up putting up. Actually, I watch less and less videos each day. I'm making more of my own. This is, at least for the painting stuff, this is a way to keep me on task and not go into, I wonder if my turn's up yet. It just keeps me on this painting task. So, one of my friends has asterisk and obelisk miniatures slyly placed among the Gaelic army. Interesting. Theo, there you are. I was thinking about you the other day and about what you said that you wouldn't play a German army. Would you drive a German car? It's funny. I have some neighbors that live. See, where would they live? They would live 2 houses over and across the street, and they're both right off the boat from the UK. I don't really talk to them much, but I know they're from the UK, and they both have Volkswagens. They both have Volkswagens, and I thought that was really strange that they have Volkswagens and they're from the UK. So the country that bombed them, they have vehicles from that country. But then I realized I've always driven Japanese cars, but my people weren't over in this country yet, so that doesn't count. I don't know, but I think I would. Okay. They have all the controls in the wrong places. We rented a BMW a week ago, some BMW SUV, really nice, but I could. German vehicles just have things in the wrong places. Like you go to turn the lights on in one direction and you turn them off. Windshield wiper on and you turn it in. It's just opposite of what I'm used to. I'm used to the I'm used to the Asian vehicles. That's what I like. So, um, what else is backwards? Oh, that damn thing that turns your engine off when you're idling. That drives me crazy. I think the car's gonna stop. Like the car's broken. That scares the crap out of me every time. Thank goodness my vehicle doesn't have that. I think it's a stick. I don't know. They'll find a way, I'm sure, to put that in there, and then that'll annoy the hell out of me. Okay, let's um, let's do this leather color in a different color. Let's use this light color here we have. Don't really care about cars. Okay. Well, we have to have them in this country where things are too far apart from each other, so. There's some people that care too much about them, but I'm enjoying them more than I have in a long time because I just got back into a manual transmission after 13 years of not having one, so that's a hell of a lot more exciting. Maybe there are no more cars when I'm older. Well, I hope not to live that long. I didn't have a car for so long that I'm definitely not one of those people that's going to be riding a bike anytime soon. I had to use one for transportation when everybody else had cars, so I've done my time of doing that. If I go to another country and that's how things are, but in this country, yeah, I'm not going to not have a car. It is nice going and visiting somewhere else where you don't need to have one, but And I don't have a really bad commute. Some people have heard somebody the other day I was on one of my groups I'm subscribed to, and the guy has like a 160-mile commute every day. That's ridiculous. Just say you got your gas for free and there was no wear and tear. That consumes too much of your day of just going to and from work. You know, how much time you have in your day is definitely a finite amount. Huh. I just noticed a mistake on this figure. You make sure it's a mistake and not my mistake. It looks like this guy has a diagonal strap on his shirt. See, I'm not scared of showing mistakes. Some people want to be like, I can't show any mistakes because I need to be perfect. Well, none of us are perfect. See this? See this thing right here? Looks like he's got this diagonal strap, but if you go to the back side, there's nothing there. And here, look, I painted it like he has a diagonal strap, but here he has none. So I'm going to go back and repaint this guy's strap over. See, some of these figures, I've mentioned this before, you figure out what's exactly being shown on the figure as you're figuring it out. Well, we'll go back and, you know what, we'll just go back and do this guy, and that way he's done completely. That way you can keep moving forward. How old do you think I am? I don't know. Younger than me. If you made that comment, I'm 50, so, you know. I'll tell you what, I would rather there be no cars than driverless cars. I am not getting in a driverless car. That's retarded. I'm not one of these people of this generation like, I don't want to drive because I don't want the responsibility. I might kill somebody. Responsibility is empowering. Just the fact that you can kill someone and you don't is empowering. I hope I live in a place where I don't have to go somewhere else to go to work. I would love to work from home, but it's never going to happen for me. In the construction field, I'm always going to have to be somewhere else. So that's what I want. Yeah, driverless cars, you can forget that. I don't even like using navigation. I'll do it for traffic, but I don't have the I don't have the machine tell me which way to go. I'll look it up and go directions, and I'm like, give me the overview map. No, we're not going that way. That doesn't make any sense. But that's what I do for a living, and I've always been good at that. I don't cook, but I never get lost. So that's what I do. Okay, fixed him. That didn't take any time. Easy fix. We make mistakes here, and that's okay. You guys will watch people and it looks like they never make mistakes. Yeah, they do. They don't want to show you. Scottsdale is a testing ground for driverless cars. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't I don't like lane assist. I don't like that automatic braking where it just slams on the brake when somebody supposedly gets too close to you. And I don't follow people too closely, but there's this one way on the way to work. My old car used to have this. It would hit the automatic brakes. There was this turn lane where people would, on my commute, would they would go into this turn lane, and the car would sense that there was going to be an impact, even though they were one lane over, and would just slam on the brakes. And the first time it happened, I thought something catastrophic had occurred. You know, why would I need the car to brake for me? You know, that's pay attention while you're driving, folks. I don't know. I'm not one of those. I don't like automatic headlights. I don't. The only thing automatic that I like is I like the rear view mirror dimming automatic, and I do like the automatic brights. So in other words, when you turn on your lights, the brights are automatically on, and then they'll turn on or off depending on the distance of the other cars. So you're not constantly having to flash that. But I don't do a tremendous amount of night driving. But I don't like any of those things that dumb down your experience of driving, because I just think it takes away your responsibility, and you just you become complacent. I think you just become complacent in your the way you carry on your life. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone. Whatever. I don't mind being the set of one. Every day I say, I become more and more proud of that I'm old school, and I'm not that old. I still feel like I'm 25 years old. Just 25 years of crap I don't want to deal with anymore. Or like, yep, seen that before. But I don't feel old. Just playing with these little toys keeps me young. I don't think I put enough of this stuff down. It's starting to get a watery, but driverless cars, no. No. I always would rather be the person driving the car than be the passenger. Always. I'd fly my own plane if I could. I mean, not that I like planes, but they offer cars with navigation. I don't want that. First of all, the navigation on your phone is better. Um, so I don't need. Now, it takes the fun out of it, you know? But then I'm really good at that. So, got that from my dad. All right, so we're going to brighten this up with some, we still have some white that's alive here. All right, where's my brass? Down here in the corner. You received a wet palette for my birthday by Army Painter. Excellent. When I got this one, I don't think Army Painter had come up with their stuff yet. So, yeah, good. Hopefully you'll get some good use out of that. I think it's really handy from the standpoint of you're using a color and it doesn't dry out on you until you're done using it. I don't necessarily mean from being able to use it for a week. I just mean in the same painting session, on the same figure, you know. And it's not that I can't remix the color, it's just it's a waste of time to do that. Something you can avoid. It's so sad. There's absolutely no one who plays tabletop in my village. At least I don't know anyone. How big is your village? You say village, and I'm thinking 100 people, but I'm sure it's a lot bigger than that. But that's not unusual. Um, there is there's very few people that play historical war games in the town I live in, and we have 150,000 people. It's really a niche type thing. I don't know if people are, a lot of people are into the same things because they don't know any better, or that's nurture, or I don't know what it is, but the first time I saw a war game after being into history, I was hooked. About 1985, I didn't look back. I would have played sooner if I would have known. It's like, oh, you mean I can participate in history? That's cool. But there's not that many gamers. When there are gamers, they're usually into fantasy or they have really bad hygiene. That's a deal breaker. That's You got to shower every day, folks, whether you need it or not. It's good for morale. Sometimes two, depending on what you're doing. No excuse not to be clean. It takes 10 minutes out of your day. It's like, I'm too busy to brush my teeth. No, you're not. But it's not very common. It's not very common, for sure, for sure. 4001. That's tiny. That's tiny, tiny, tiny. Panzer Leader was my first war game. Love at first sight. Yeah, I know there's towns around here that have 4,000 people in them, and there's nothing to do in a town that small, especially like on a Sunday. You know, there's nothing to do. I wouldn't want to live in a place that small. I don't want to live in. See, where do you live? Bangkok. I wouldn't want to live in a place like Bangkok, but somewhere in between the two. Had a video recommended to me. I don't know why. Just yesterday, about some district in Thailand that I'd never heard of before. What was it called? You're 14? Oh, wow. Oh, just a wee lad. That's about when I started wargaming. What's the name of that Thailand place that got recommended to me? Some video on YouTube. I've never looked up anything in Thailand. I'll tell you right now where it is because I do everything by maps. Be nice if the slow internet would catch up here. It is called Pattaya. I probably said that wrong. I don't know why. I love that Thai script on your writing. I can't understand it, but it looks beautiful. I don't know why I got that recommended. Okay. Yeah, 4,000 people. You might not even find anybody that even cares about history. That's the first step. It's so hard to find anybody who gives a damn about that. And I think that's just so crucial to the enjoyment of this hobby. I mean, certainly you can play Warhammer and other things, but I just mean you're never going to get into historical war games if you're not interested in the history of it. And just such few people are interested in it. It's just really sad. Okay, a hat. I'm half tempted to just do the same color hat for this guy. Let's see here. That should look fine. We at least use that as a base. Now, where are the colors that we had for that? Over here in the, I believe it was this one. Let's do that. No, they don't have the new high-tech gaming stuff. High-tech gaming stuff gets old. Maybe start with bases cut from card. Yep. Some people just, some people are always moving to the next thing too. I know several people, they'll be really into one game and then 3 years later they'll sell all their stuff and go into something else. And yeah, I'm not saying I didn't never done that before, but I've kind of evolved past that point. I've found something that I've been really happy with and I've kind of stuck with it. And whenever I go to the next game, whenever that may be, I'm not making any promises that'll even happen, but we'll be using these same armies in it. So, yeah, I have trouble finding people in 150,000 people. So I can only imagine. The only reason I thought and found Mitch was luck of the Irish, but there was like 10 years where I didn't have anybody locally to game with. So, and the video game stuff, yeah, I don't. I mean, if it was somebody that I already knew, let me find out where I'm at here. Hold on a second here. If there's somebody I already knew in real life, yeah, I don't mind playing video games with them. But somebody I've never met, yeah, there's no honor system. They can just disconnect when things go wrong, and I I value my time too much to be have it wasted by stuff like that. Oh, I thought you were in Bangkok. I mean, I thought you were in Thailand. Bangkok is more beautiful than you think. Oh, I just wouldn't want to live in a place like that because it's too congested. Just like I wouldn't want to live in New York. I don't belong in a place with that many people. Bangkok's what? 4 million people? I'm gonna guess. Let's see how close I got. 3, 4 million. That's a huge city. I don't belong in a place like that. Just like I don't belong in some place that has 100 people either. Let's see. Let's get an education here. Bangkok population. Population. 2021. Sure. Holy crap! I was off. 10 million. Holy shit. In 1950, it was only 1.3 million. Man, you guys need a hobby out there. Wow. Yeah, I definitely don't belong there. It's just too many people. It's just too difficult to. Not even close. 10 million. Holy shit. That's unbelievable. Wow. No, I don't belong in a place like that. That doesn't mean I wouldn't visit it. I'm just saying that I don't belong in Miami, and Miami is a million. No, that's not me. I'm a suburbia man. Wow. 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 See, I like learning stuff. You know, I learn something new. Man, it's a lot of people. Never would have thought. There's never I would have thought there would have been more than 4 million, 5 million. I don't know. I don't keep up with geography anymore. I used to a lot. And I got into history and, things change in the other department. Wow. That must mean there's a ton of mopeds there. I mean, like millions of mopeds. Wow. That's crazy. Well, I know it's the capital, but I didn't think it was that populated. Joe, this is the second Saloy. I've got four more to do after this guy is complete. So we'll get there. While you were asleep, I was mentioning that we'll have to take a look at the end of July and see how these guys are. If it looks like I'm not getting close to them, to finishing them, I'm probably going to hop on the Book One Army because I need the Book One Army for the tournament. Even Jacksonville. What's the population of Jacksonville, which is not all Duval County? What, 1.2 million? Lots of mopeds, pickups, lots of Toyotas, Isuzus, etc. Isuzus have disappeared here in the United States. They used to be pretty prominent, and they've like disappeared. Now, one of the first SUVs here was that Isuzu Rodeos. Those used to be everywhere in the late '80s, early '90s. They've disappeared. Jacksonville. I'm gonna go with 1.2. Jacksonville. Yeah, Jacksonville's too big for me. You guys have too many problems up there. Population. Of course, it's spread out everywhere. Population. No, it's not even a million. That's too many people. It's just too much crime in areas like that. They don't fanny about in Bangkok. Nice. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't belong in a big city like that. That's just not my kind of thing. Somewhere about 100,000 is about right for me. maybe even 2. The problem with living in something like that small is there's just not a lot of job opportunities. You know, you find a, like where I work, if I'm fine where something happens and I lose my job, it's like there's not a lot of opportunity to find another well-paying job in a town like this of this size. So, and we have one of everything. We don't have multiple of them, you know, which is fine. Traffic's not too bad. It can be at times, but only in certain areas. So you just avoid those areas during like a 1 hour window or something like that. But other than that, 10 million. Holy moly. I had no idea. Wow. And now we're going to play the population game. All right. Rangoon. Unless they change the name of that too. The other capital, the capital of Burma. I'm not calling it Myanmar. Sorry. That's just too difficult for me to figure out. Rangoon population. Let's see. I'm going to go with, it's got to be smaller than Bangkok. Population. This is, see, that's how I get off on tangents. So if Bangkok's 10, Rangoon's got to be 5. Oh, did they change the name of this town too? Jeez. 5.4. Okay, well, I got closer with that. Now it's called Yangon. Oh boy. 4.7 million Phoenix metropolitan area, Australia. But war games don't very similar all over the world. Yeah. I have a feeling if I ever go to Australia, it would be very similar to what I'm used to, except for that driving on the wrong side of the road you guys just insist on. No, I'm not going to drop that. Oh, man. No, I think everything else, just like Canada, I think Canada would be, you know, if you plop you down in Canada, everything would look the same. Very similar to what I'm used to. You know, Australia, I would imagine, is very similar to the US because it's relatively new. You know, you don't have things dating from several hundred years old. Not many things. Just like here. So you have that similarity. Okay, so this is this guy's hat. We need to do his bow, which I don't remember what color I used. Let's take a look at it. Oh, this was the big old plop of color that we did over there. All right, we're going to try to be consistent and use that color for all the bows. All these cities have more people than my entire country. I know when I was your age, I used to worry about talking about war games because I thought other boys would think I was weird, but there's a surprising number of interested people. Well, now weird is in, right? New Zealand? What's the population in New Zealand? Wow. Okay. Let me guess. You only have three cities I can even name. Sorry, never been there. Didn't spend much time looking at a map. And one of them is only known because of that shooting. That Christchurch. I never knew about Christchurch if it wasn't for that big shooting that you guys had. Wellington and Auckland. I think that's a city. I'm gonna go with. God, it can't be that desolate. 30 mil? I'm gonna go with 30 million. Let's see how I did. It's gonna be a quiz show here. New Zealand population 2021. What? No. Holy crap. You guys have too many hobbies there. Oh my God. There's less people in New Zealand than there is in Rangoon. That's unbelievable. Wow. Holy crap. Well, we're here to learn. Wow, that's crazy. Same as Rangoon, yeah. That's insane. That's insane. I think I've just had an outer body experience. I can't believe that. Unbelievable. You're like the third of size of Florida. That's crazy. I don't know. We're pushing, everybody's coming to this state. We used to be 10 million, but I'm sure it's not accurate. Probably close to 20, aren't we? Florida population. 21.6 million. Wow. And we're not congested. We're kind of all over the place. When I was in Germany, I thought it was the cleanest country. Go to Dubai. No, that's on my list of places I'm not going to. You know, I've heard a lot of people say lots of things about Dubai. I'm not going to places where my women don't have rights. And that they may be okay there. As soon as you step out of there, it's a problem. Nah, I don't need to go. I don't belong in a place like that. I'm good. I'm just assume avoid the whole Middle East, despite how pretty or nice it may be. I'm good. All right. More people in California than many countries. Wow. Yep. Yeah, but California is huge. It's spread all over the place. I've been to California once as a kid, and we didn't have a good experience. Everything kind of went wrong. So that was in the mid 1980s. 86, I think. 86, 87, one of those 2 years. It's 86 or 87. A lot of the problems that you had as a kid vacationing is I would never get taken out of school for anything. So if we went on vacation, it was always in the summer, which is when everybody else is on vacation. So that alone, you're going to have added problems. So like when we vacation, we never go during summer vacation ever. You know, we might go to the beach or something like that, but we're not going to be like going cross country or go on a cruise or something like that during the summer vacation. It's more expensive. It's too hot. Everybody's on there at the same time. Just all of the bad things compounded. So when we go on vacation, we almost always, knock on wood, have a good experience. I may be forgetting something. So I didn't say always, but we don't have bad vacations. But, we have very limited time off, or at least I do. So I definitely want to make it a win. So you don't do it when you're doing it in situations that you're already l- ex- looking for things to go wrong, So don't go there when everybody's there or when it's too hot or, what have you. New Zealand's almost twice the land area of Florida, a quarter of the population. Wow. I had no idea you had that few people. Wow. What percentage of the population of New Zealand, I could look it up, but since we're talking, what percentage of the population of New Zealand is natives? People of Maori descent? Half? I would think it would be at least half. I have no idea. I could look that up, I guess. Wow. That's nothing. I've seen pictures. It's beautiful. I'm floored. I'm floored there's that few people there. Well, it is kind of on the other end of the world. Sorry. There's only so many people that can deal with with toilets being flushed in the wrong direction, right? Is that's a real thing, isn't it? Oh man. Like I even remember what direction they go in here. I think it's clockwise. I could be wrong. I'll let you know in a few minutes and I'll report back. Think it's about 35% from memory. Okay. I would have thought it would have been higher. I bet Hawaii's higher, isn't it? Well, not Maori. You know what I mean. The islanders, or whatever they want to be referred to these days. We'll call them islanders. We know what we mean. Not being disrespectful to them, just, they're from an island. 4 mil, man, I can't get over that. I'm going to struggle with that all day long. I better have a cocktail or something to forget about that. That's just mind blowing. Absolutely mind blowing. I used to know all that stuff. Maybe not population, but all the capitals and all that stuff. When I was like 7 or 8 years old, my dad gave me a globe, the kind that had the mountains you could feel back in the late 70s. And I used to know them all. And then, things change. And I'm not talking about just re-changing your name. I'm just talking about, new countries being created and this kind of stuff. I mean, not that much stuff has changed, but, you know, I think on my globe it was still Rhodesia, to kind of put it into perspective. So it was from the late 70s. And I used to know all that stuff. And we used to have atlases and stuff that we kept on the coffee table. And I remember being a kid and eating cereal for breakfast and looking through the maps. And so I was always very map centric. Yeah, your big city there is Auckland, isn't it? It's bigger than Wellington, if I remember correctly. Of course, I could be wrong. Uh, that clockwise thing is an urban legend. Is it? Okay. On 16.5. Which one? New Zealand or Hawaii? Interesting comparison to New Zealand. Utah is a little bit smaller in area and has 2 million less people. What? Welcome, Skylab. I bet it has more cougars too, though. I like to play soon. I want to play tabletop model characters. Playing tabletop similar is pure irony. I mean minifigs. Which one's sick? If Hawaii's only 16.5, that is, I, wow, I need to see. I like this stuff. I like learning things, you know? It's okay to be wrong, you know? It's what I don't like is people that say, "Yeah, I know what it is," and they don't really know it. Like, we can't know everything about. I've focused all my attention on who makes what figures from what manufacturer and 15 millimeter scale for ancients and medieval stuff. So that's all I know. Okay, that's all I know right now. That's what I'm practicing. Uh, so you forget other things. When you learn something, you forget something else. Um, but it's cool to learn things. You know. Favorite Atlas kit was one my grandfather had from 1913. Well, we even have the German Southwest Africa and all those things. Yeah. A lot of Scots settled in New Zealand, many from Shetland. Mostly farmers and other tradesmen. Dunedin is Edinburgh and Scots Gaelic. For the longest time when I was a kid, we have a town named that north of St. Petersburg here in Florida. Thought it was called Dunedin because that's how it's spelled, Dunedin, right? Dunedin and Edinburgh, Scots Gaelic. 10.1% native Hawaiian in Hawaii? That's it? That is excruciatingly low. Wow. Unbelievable. It's cool. It's cool to learn stuff. It's cool to learn stuff. Man, I would have thought Hawaii would have been over 50%. Huh? What do I know? That's why I keep track of my games because you can't go by memory. You can't go by recollection because you're going to get things wrong. So you'll think, yeah, that's why I keep track of all the stuff that happened or attempt to. So it becomes a little bit more accurate. All right. On Maui, 90% tourists these days. Good morning, Chris. I gotta go. I gotta go find out which way the toilets flush here in the northern hemisphere. I'll be right back and get a drink refill. I'm sorely disappointed to find out that my toilet doesn't swirl at all. It just goes straight down. Oh man. Oh man. Utah's Pacific Islander demographic has been going up to 1.3% of the state's population. Anyone think that looks like an ACW soldier with a bow? It kind of does. He looks kind of strange. Let's let's show you the finished one there, Chris, and the non-finished one. I guess he kind of does. It's about as close as you're going to get. You're going to see, oh yeah, here's the Yankee and here's the Rebel. Yeah, that's about as close to ACW as you'll see me do. That'd be an interesting atlas. See how the world was before World War One. No, you could go online. You can. They've got these YouTube channels where it'll say, Europe from like 1000 AD to now, and like every second is a year, and you can play it, and it's really interesting to see how things, progress. But it doesn't tell you the whole story. You might have something that has a huge landmass and not very strict control. Like everybody likes to rave and rave about the Mongol Empire, but there weren't Mongols everywhere in that empire. They just kind of, they made deals with them. Still pretty amazing that those people did that, but just because something has a big landmass doesn't mean they have the same amount of control over a huge area. It'd be impossible to do. So pants. Does this guy have white pants? He does. All right, so let's avoid doing that here. What kind of pants would a rebel soldier have? Let's see. Well, this guy's got light colored boots, so we're gonna go dark boots with this. And yeah, we might. Let's do white pants, but instead of using with brown, we'll do black. These are the only two. These are the only two skirmishers with this side figure. So, like I said, I paint them together to avoid painting them both the same. And obviously, they're not going to be on the same stand, so they'll be part of a different stand. But yeah, 12 people on here. I guess we're talking about something to interest some of you. We can't talk about war game stuff all the time. Geography, man. Geography's cool. Really, really cool. That's the first thing I was interested. The first thing I was interested as a kid. The very first topic that really like grabbed me. Some people would like watch cowboys and all that. Never was into cowboy stuff. I was into dinosaurs. Talking about when I was like 7 or 8 years old. Really big into dinosaurs. And of course, that would have been what, the mid 70s. So the most dinosaurish type thing we could have is that stupid show Land of the Lost. We didn't have Jurassic Park or none of that stuff. We just had books and one dumbass show. And a couple of really old shows, we'd get stuck with like, what was it, Journey to the Center of the Earth, the old movie with, what's his face in it? Can't remember what his name is. Mason. And, they have the iguanas with the big prosthetic sail things on them to make them look like Dimetrodons and that stupid stuff. That's all we had. I would have been extremely excited if I would have been something like a Jurassic Park movie. So first it was dinosaurs, then the geography type things, and then junior high, I started getting into World War II stuff, and that's the rest is history. And then a few years after that, I started wargaming. And that's what it was. So just be glad the toilet works. Is there a problem of that somewhere? Oh. If it doesn't work, if you pee in it enough, it eventually will work. It'll work itself out. Uh, Talking vast areas with little control. It's amazing how sparsely populated most of Canada it is. Canada has a lot of tundra. Essex figures the best for beginners. Depends. They probably. Certainly, if you're going to buy a, if you want DBA army packs, they have the biggest variety, and sometimes their figures aren't the most inspiring. Just being honest. Although I have painted many of them in the last couple of armies that I've liked a lot, but a lot of their figures look very similar to each other in pose and things like that. But they do make DBA army packs. They make just about every single army of this period. So yeah, this guy's a rebel because he's gonna have gray pants. Nah, it's just off white. Just these shades that are. The guy doesn't even want to wear particularly colored clothes. He just puts on some clothes, and most of them are going to be some kind of undyed linen type color. It's just the reality is it just takes less effort to make it in that color. Like, okay, we need you to fight. All right, what do you need me to bring? Do you have a bow? Yes. Okay. What do you need me to wear? Clothes. Okay, cool. Done. That's the requirements, you know? Yep. And hopefully, Essex Miniatures is in Essex. Actually, what did I come across the other day? I came across, I think I made the mistake. I was doing a search for Essex Miniatures and I was in a hurry and I typed it in Google Earth instead of my regular Google search. So I get this Google Earth image of their workshop, and you wouldn't know that it's what it was looking at. Assuming that's what it looked like, a tiny little place, so it must be stacked top to bottom with miniatures. I've always had good, I always had good results from them. My only bad experiences with Essex Miniatures came before I got into DBA. I had bought a couple of Armati armies because that's originally what we were going to play, not DBA, before I even found out about DBA, and had a bad experience with the figures they selected for me in that. But that was a long time ago. This would have been like 1996, 97. So I ordered one army, got the wrong figures. Ordered another one, figured maybe I made the mistake. I got the wrong figures again. I'm like, I'm not buying army packs again. So I like their figures, but I'm not a fan of army packs. I want to pick who's who in my army. That's a lot of the fun for me, but not necessarily beginner category. Good morning. Will you be on here much longer? Well, now that I know you're here, I gotta leave. It's just after 8:30, probably be on here a little bit longer. I'm not ready to quit. I'm having a good time. You guys having a good time? The girls are still asleep. Shh. They're quiet. Be quiet. And yeah, we're getting things done. On one hand, I'm being distracted by looking things up. On the other hand, I'm staying on topic, so I'm getting more things done. So it's slower than if I was just painting by myself, but I'm painting for a longer period of time than if I was just painting and not being filmed. So in retrospect, it's better to film than not because I stay engaged in this. So I enjoy these little side trips into population or history or villages or whatever. It helps stay on this and not go into something that's a little bit more interesting. I enjoy it because this guy's almost done. Now, there's not a whole lot on this figure, but we could move on to something else then. The next guy, which will be an Essex figure. Yep, because the other four guys are Essex. What number of Soloy figures is this? This is number 2. We got 4 left to go. And I'll interrupt myself. Why not? This also keeps me from being hunched over all the time here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These guys are all Essex. This guy's a English longbow type. We worked his way in there. Definitely looks like that way with the arrows stuck into the ground. But no stakes. So these are the other 4 skirmishers that have been picked for this particular mix of figures for the papal Soloy, the guys that hired on to do the post bidding. That's probably a little bit more accurate. Mercenary army. All right. Yeah, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be like, okay, do I have a turn ready to do in Field of Glory, or what's this video on something else, or a lot easier to stay on track. I'm entertaining some people, I guess. 14 of you guys, good morning. Happy Saturday. Unless you have to work, in which case, not happy Saturday. I'm gonna call this guy done. Yeah, for now. I might come back and tinker with him. So this is the Rebel, and here's the Yankee. Oh man. All right, these 4 candidates. We're not going to do this guy with a padded thing first. We'll do him last. All right, so we've got this guy. Which one of these guys we want to do first? Let's do this guy. Are you leaving the Pope on a rope until last or earlier? Right now, he's going to be last. Well, if New Zealand pop blow you away, Australia is approximately the same size as the contiguous US, correct? And we're only 25.6 million, not much more than Florida. Yes, but I know that a huge percentage of that country is freaking arid desert and nobody lives there. I'm floored by New Zealand. You just finished a figure. Since you're still going, yeah, man, let's paint together. That's what we're here for, to get things done. Not to not get things done. Australia, 25.6. That's really, really low. I would have thought it would have been at least 50. That's really, really low. Oh well. All right. I feel like this guy should have a red jacket. Done. But we're not going to use that same red. We're going to use a different one. Sydney, mate. Yeah, and Australia has extremes too. I mean, it's kind of like, I guess it's kind of like the US. There's a little bit of everything there. Maybe not in the same quantity of each. You guys have a hell of a lot more desert than we do. I did a I did a Google Street View of somewhere in Australia several years ago, and it looked just like the U.S., except for you guys parking the cars on all the wrong side of the road. But it looked identical. I mean, I mean not everywhere, but like a neighborhood looked the same. If Australia is 25.6 million, see, I would have thought Sydney would have been like 4 million people. It must be less, because otherwise there'd be a huge percentage of people from Australia that live there. All right, I gotta look. I gotta look here. We're here to learn stuff here. Sydney population, and I shouldn't have to put Australia because Sydney is. I know there's other Sydneys, but let's see. Okay, 4.9. At least I was close with that one. Okay, that's too many people for me to live in. Looking artwork of paper crossbowman has a red stripe down the middle of his helm. Only 35% desert? Wow. I thought it'd been higher. Does the desert go right up to Perth? I know Perth is all by its lonesome over there on the coast. I could be wrong. I gotta look at this. In geography. I love geography. Geography is awesome. Let's go look at Perth. Poor little Perth all by itself. Like it behaved badly. They send all the criminals to Australia and the really bad ones to Perth. Is that right? Oh, there's a little spot of green here on the bottom. I had no idea. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there's a lot more green down there than I would have thought. Okay, cool. I bet nobody drives from Perth to Sydney or something like that. That would be like a drive from hell, wouldn't it? Oh, it just goes through the bottom coast, the main road. Very cool. Oh, there's lots of lakes there in the middle. I know Darwin's out in the middle. Oh, there's a little green spot where Darwin is too. Wow. Cool, cool stuff. With Greater Sydney and Victoria locked down, that accounts for almost 50% of the population. I thought you guys were pretty open there. 3 days to travel across Australia. Okay, just like the US. Okay, or similar. All right, we're going to paint this hole, guys. We're not going to give him any kind of particular colors or anything like that. These guys are all mercenaries. They just showed up to do their thing. I'm not going to give them any kind of keys or anything like that, any kind of papal regalia or not regalia, markings or symbols or anything like that. We are on the other unit of spearmen. Their shields are all going to have some kind of a papal key type motif, but not these guys. These guys they're skirmishers, man. Nobody cares about them. They're just running interference. Okay, Chris, 70% considered arid. So only 35 is desert, but 70% is arid. Okay. Maybe that's what I was thinking. I just lumped all the arid together. All the desert together with the arid. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a little cheat I like to do here. So we mixed. What I would normally do with my colors, I would end up bringing this all the way to the main color. I'm going to stop short of that. So it won't be like doing red. It's just going to be somewhere short of that. So we're going to do some of these folds in here as well. And then we'll start adding the lightener before we actually get to this color. Because if you end up using clothing that's really bright, it's going to start making him look like he's high and mighty or a property owner or somebody who's, got lots of wealth or to do that. So we don't want to do that. I don't want to make him look like he's well to do. Otherwise, he would have a horse. He wouldn't be on foot. That's the backstory. That's the fluff backstory for this particular guy. If he only had a horse. All right. Now for the rest, we're going to do. We're getting ready into the transom window 30. No, it's changed a little earlier. It was hitting about 9:30. Now it's just shy of 9. And we're about to have the big blare of light here, kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? We just need to put that staff in there, and they'll show me where the hidden city is. All right. Maybe a little bit more, a tiny little bit more, and then we'll go to lighten. Maybe I went too far. Maybe I didn't go too far. Here we go, like this. I didn't know Australia was in lockdown. Okay, so now let's lighten this up, and I don't think we're going to use yellow. I think we're just going to use white and be very subtle with it. Very subtle with it. I'm gonna need some new white here. I'll start getting contaminated with something else. You guys have had another con there in Australia since then, though, since the pandemic. I think you get that a lot smaller by just having an individual con that just focuses on whatever game that you're playing. Like if it's DBA or whatever, you just have 10 people show up and that's it. Instead of having hundreds of people, that might be too many for what is allowed. They play games that are other different games, and I don't have time to play everything, so I just stick to this. I've played other games, but I've very rarely had a bad game of this. So the only person that can drink like the strongest coffee from hell and still yawn. Probably didn't help that I went to bed at midnight and only got like 5 hours of sleep. Probably less than 5 by the time I got to bed. My daughter had been wanting to see a movie for a long time, and I had to wait until my brother was in town so we could all watch it together. John Wick 2. Which is really funny because rated R movies are all over the place. You got rated R movies like Deadpool, and you got rated R movies like John Wick. And John Wick, my daughter's 16 and she's seen the first one. I didn't think it was that bad. And I'm like, there's one scene in the second one. I think, I hope there's no nudity in this. Which, isn't really that big a deal in and of itself. It's all depends on what you do with the nudity. But she totally was able to handle everything that was in it. It was just special effects, you know. But we don't need that. Try to pay attention. Yeah, I was like sitting at the edge of my seat, showing. I'm like, man, I hope they don't have anything inappropriate in this movie. I remember seeing it, and I don't remember anything that she couldn't see, but they just run the gamut all over the place, depending on if inappropriate jokes are one thing and violence is something else. Anyhow, I was up late watching that. I watched it for the second time. Haven't seen the third one, so I need to preview that before she's allowed to see it. I have a feeling it's just going to be more of the same, and she'll be able to handle it. But some people are really weird about, or different about what they let their kids watch. I wouldn't want her to watch it by herself, but horror stuff? No, absolutely not. No, none of us in this house are interested in watching horror things. That puts up messed up ideas in your head. But violent stuff, it's all right as long as it's just a movie. Like I wouldn't want her to watch Scarface, but God, I thought it was a pretty tame rated R movie for as way rated R movies are. She's seen a handful of them, but not without supervision and not without me having seen it before. So, oh, it's not a hijack. I'm over here just painting. You guys do what you want. Just don't get into fights. Okay, so we've got this guy in this dull red. See, it fits with the whole dull You don't want these guys like super bright. Well, I don't want these guys super bright. So we're going to do some kind of gray leggings because they're cheap. He spent all his money on his tunic. The conversation can be about whatever you guys want the conversation to be about. If you guys talk about something I don't have any input on, I just don't have any input on. That's fine. I will not be making it to any of your Australia conventions for obvious reasons. Lights out here in Armadale. That just sounds like the government going around saying, turn your lights out, damn it. I will be on tomorrow. I'm planning on it. If I'm not on tomorrow, then things did not go according to plan. Something went awry. Not hijacking the conversation. It'd be about whatever you guys want it to be about. Keep it civil. That's never been an issue here. And like one of those talk show hosts, you get a talk show host and he'll have an interesting guest on there, and then he just never lets them talk. Like, why even bother having them on there if it just ends up being a monologue about how great you are? You know, why even bother having guests? Why even bother inviting people on? Not that I watch those type of things, but okay. Got a registration from a convention while we're online. Hey, helping gamers get together. That's what it's all about. I've said this before. I'd rather us all be on lockdown, but still have this internet to be able to communicate with each other than the other way around. I don't want to go back to the 1980s or 70s where you couldn't communicate with people. This is much better. And it's almost time for a second breakfast. I'm starving. I actually didn't know that was a Lord of the Rings thing. I've only seen the first series once. Started watching it halfway through again. I was watching with my daughter. I saw it once. The trilogy, the original trilogy. Haven't seen The Hobbit at all. And a couple years ago, my daughter wanted to see it. Went through two of the movies, and she didn't want to watch the third. She's like, "Daddy, I'm bored." I'm like, "Okay, we don't have to watch it." So I still haven't seen The Hobbit. Not really a fan of fantasy, so no big loss, you know. Oh man, we got lots of things up here. Let's see what we can take care of this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Why is my Bluetooth on? That's unnecessary. Okay. I don't know if that's drawing anything, but all right. Back to the leggings. Get notifications of videos, people that I'm subscribed to. There's one particular channel I haven't watched it in so long. I'm so far behind. It's taken me forever to get it. That's even when I promoted. Not that they need my promotion. They got so many more viewers than I'll ever have. But that's that Diecast Racing channel. They got some new video, but that's one of those I don't want to watch until like the whole series of races is over anyways, because they leave you hanging from one week to the next anyways. I don't like being left like that. They're only 15-minute videos each, but I want to watch a series of them so I remember who's in what. But that's a really cool channel. These guys have a channel where they do diecast racing and they build this track. Of course, it's all downhill, and it probably takes maybe 20 seconds to go from the top to the bottom, but they pretend it's a real race and announce it as such, and it's hilarious. These folks are really, really talented. And it may actually only be one guy. There's a last time I checked, the rumor was still on the street whether one guy was doing both voices because it's heavily edited. It's heavily edited. They do all the commentary after the race is over with. So, but that's a really, really cool channel. It's called 3D Bot Maker. I'm not sure how I came across it. I think probably looking for die-cast vehicles for Gaslands, and I probably stumbled across their video, but that's some hilarious stuff. Those guys are really, really talented. The die-cast racing channel had me laughing all day when I. So the rumor has it is the main guy does the other guy too. But yeah, that guy. That is a lot of. I mean, I've edited videos. I know how long it takes. That guy's spending an inordinate amount of time to do that. So he deserves all the praise we can throw on him because it is extremely entertaining. Yes, it is extremely funny sometimes. There's a whole series. If you go back and watch, there's a whole series that has a Ferrari tournament. So they enter all these Ferraris in, and of course, the fact that one's faster than the other is irrelevant because they're just die-cast cars. They're not powered by anything. But they enter this Fiero in there, and the one guy's arguing, yeah, it should be a Ferrari, and you should watch that series if you haven't seen it. It is absolutely hilarious. Watch it all the way through. It's been out for about a year and a half or so. It is absolutely hilarious. Those guys are really, really talented. Really, really talented. So they live in California. If they were in Florida, I'd be like, I got to come visit you guys. But it's a guy that started doing it. The way I understand is the guy started doing it because his kid, he had a young son that was into, yes, I just assumed his gender. I think it's a boy that just started getting into cars. And he's like, well, it'd be really cool to do this and pretend it's a real race. And they are phenomenally well done. Phenomenally well done. I'm completely impressed. It's better done. It's done better than most real races. So, you did check it out. Cool. You think it's one guy doing the voiceover? Yeah. Well, the guy that plays the 2D is hilarious. That character is just hilarious as shit. He should be on a sitcom. Yeah. I could do multiple characters, but I got a Mitch. I don't need to do that. I can't do Mitch's voice either. He's it's a lot of effort to edit things. It's a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time. Just picking music out can take a. You could spend all day just going to sites that have, the music you can put on your YouTube videos so you don't get in trouble with the thing, the royalty-free stuff. You could spend all day, literally an entire day, trying to pick out a little 10-second snippet that you want to use. It's extremely time consuming. It's not that it's that difficult. It's extremely time consuming. And this guy's got multiple cameras. No wonder he only does one a week. It takes him all week long to do that. That's his hobby. Well, I paint, so I don't need to spend. I don't want to spend that amount of time editing a video. It keeps me from doing this. 'Cause we need this to do more videos. So, and editing videos is not therapeutic, whereas painting is. It's actually stress inducing for me because I know exactly what I want to do. It's just a matter of, nope, that didn't work right, or that didn't work. That seems like an appropriate response to many scenarios. I've got a Mitch. Yeah. A Mitch with a rutabaga. Just such an ugly word, rutabaga. You know this story about that, right? The background of why that became a rutabaga thing. I was surfing around many years ago. I'm going to say 10 years ago, and I came across this channel. This it was a blog. It wasn't even a channel. It was a blog of. I don't remember who it is. It's a guy that I want to say it's a guy who's pretty prominent in Warhammer Fantasy Battles, or used to be. And he has a blog. It's very well done, and he has scenarios on there for different things. And this one particular one was a Crusades battle, where he did a fictitious scenario, and the scenario was called, I want to say it's called the Parable of the Holy Turnip or something like that. And basically the premise of it is you have this group of crusaders who, this is during the time of like the First Crusade, that find out, you see this light, this is the natural light, which is great, but it's actually like, well, first of all, it's baking inside of my head, but it's only going to last like 15 minutes. So I guess I should be happy that it's sunlight and not gloomy. The rains every single day for a month have finally stopped over the last 2 days. It didn't rain yesterday or the day before. So anyhow, this particular blog has the parable of the scenario called the Parable of the Holy Turnip. I think that's what it's called. So these crusaders from the First Crusade find out that there's this particular turnip that's in the shape of a cross. Rumors, like they did in the First Crusade, circulated. There was a turnip that had been a sign from the heavens of good fortune or whatever it was. There was some turnip in a field that was in the shape, that grew in the shape of a cross. So they went on this crusade to go rescue it from the Muslim forces. That's kind of like the whole premise. So I remember that being, turnip. Now my other turnip thing is my Japanese, my samurai army. One of the characters in it has a. What am I doing? I'm painting the wrong thing. Well, we can fix that. I never said I was a good multitasker. Has a radish as part of his flag, of his emblem. It's in the Kawanakajima book, Battle for Osprey. It's one of the particular leaders. So, turnip, radish, that kind of thing. So I just started talking about, a turnip field and a turnip field and a turnip field, and he turned it into rutabaga, which I've never seen a rutabaga in my life. When he said rutabaga, I imagined rhubarb, which is something that might as well be just as weird in Florida, but obviously a totally different thing. But a rutabaga looks just like a turnip. It's just such an ugly name for that. But that's how the whole rutabaga thing happened, from the Parable of the Holy Turnip. But that scenario caught my fancy. I'm not sure who it is. Is it Rob Broom, maybe? One of these guys that's really well known that has a blog of these scenarios, and he does many of them, and all in 28 millimeter. I believe it's done with Warhammer's ancient battles, and it's a blogger site or whatever. So, have you seen the Hot Wheels on Treadmill Racing channel? No, but that sounds really interesting. Had to look up what those were, and I'll show they're called Swedes. It's just a turnip. I don't know that I've had turnips before, and they're pretty decent. The only root type thing I never cared for was beets. And back when I was a kid, I was supposedly really, I guess in another life, I was really malnourished and didn't like to eat. Well, we solved that. Um, but so my dad had these canned beets that he would make me eat canned beets, and they were, god awful. I hated them they might be okay now, but I remember as a kid, and they'd have this red syrup that was in it, and it would stain anything known to man. It was like magenta colored, and I hated those things. But it was all fake food coloring and stuff. But yeah, kicking it like it's 1976. But canned vegetables, what's that like? That's what we had in the 1970s, and earlier, I'm sure. But that's where the rutabaga comes from. As Mitch is doing it, he commandeered my my turnip thing. Parable of the Holy Turnip. I'm gonna look that up and see where that is. I think it's Rob Broom. I could be wrong. Check out Turnip 28 for a Weird World. Oh boy. Let's take this off. Let's add this. Parable of the Holy Turnip. Parable of the Holy Turnip scenario. Oh, okay. This is this Oli kind of, I don't even know how to say his name. This guy does a bunch of Renaissance stuff too. I'm not sure who this guy is. He doesn't use his real name. You guys need to use your own name so we know who you are. Oli Kanalad. Oli Kanalad's game. Yeah, this guy has a ton of stuff. This was from 2010. And yeah, he does a lot of things. I'm not sure who this guy is. The Chronicles of Kermit the Hermit. Yeah, it's a play of on this. This guy does a ton of stuff. He has a really nice website, so I'm not sure what his real name is. Maybe you guys will know who he is, but he's pretty well known. He has a lot of content. Oh, here he is, James Roach. Yeah, I want to say he's done figures that have been in one of the Warhammer Ancients books. James Roach. Yeah, this guy's got a lot of content. I'm not sure how you would say that. Oli Kanalad. Yeah. Parable of the Holy Turnip. Yeah. Good site, man. Good site. Turn your pea red. Ooh. Turnip 28 for a Weird World. All right. Hopefully this is Turnip 28. Oh, miniatures? What the heck? Gardens of Hecate. That sounds like something underworldish. What the hell? The ghost, the horseradish spirit, the spectral root is a manifestation of the regiment's shame. Which, what? You know, I've said this before. Wow, how do you even find that? I've never done drugs in my life. So sometimes when I see something that's created by someone that may be drug induced, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not even saying that about the person, but you know. Like Pink Floyd. I never got into Pink Floyd. Why? I never did any drugs. So, you know. Does Pink Floyd make sense if you've never done drugs before? Not to me, it doesn't. Far out, man. Yep. Oh, man. Turnip 28. Hecate. That's one of those demon names, isn't it? That's one of those Middle Eastern, or I don't think it's Greek. It's some underworld type keeper of thing. Is it Hecate, 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 or none of the above? Sounds like somebody I fought in Titan Quest. Like some demon, whatever, that I had to deal with in Titan Quest. Greek goddess of crossroads. And how do you say it? Is it Hecate? Hecate? Witchcraft. The setting is a combo of post-apocalyptic with Napoleonics and root vegetables. And it's about turnips. Yeah, I think somebody like, I'm going to say that we influenced that person. Oh, man. Hecate, Hecate. I don't know, the accent that is on Greek things. I remember one guy I came across. It was somebody who was subscribed to me for a while. I haven't heard from them in a long time. I don't remember what his name is. I want to say it's somebody named Nikos. I could be wrong. If I was wrong, I apologize, Nikos, or whoever your name really is. But I was having some. They made some kind of a comment either on a live show or a video I had filmed and said, I think it was a live show, and said that I was pronouncing the name for skirmishers incorrectly, the Saloy thing. And it said they should be pronounced a certain way. And I'm like, I can't call them that because no one would know what I'm talking about. Of all the ways that you can say the name of those of that troop type, the one that is most familiar or most incorrect, correctly incorrect is Saloy. I've heard people call them Pisoles. I've heard them call everything. Pisoli sounds like some kind of Italian cannoli type thing. You know, you can't call them whatever the actual Greek pronunciation is. Nobody would know what I was talking about, right or wrong. They just wouldn't. The Greek pronunciation for things is just totally different than what most people are used to. You know, it's like I speak Spanish, but if I try looking things up in Latin, Latin doesn't help me at all. It's like counterintuitive. I don't know. Yeah. You just got the Men at Arms book, Italian Medieval Armies, not a single kettle helm in it. The running gags about turnips on the Blackadder series has always had me laughing. So you can find Blackadder on YouTube. The problem is I need to find it with subtitles because I watch everything with subtitles and it's very fast paced. So I don't want to miss something. So I really haven't been exposed to it much. Hecate. Okay, Hecate's how it's spelled. Okay. Or Hecate. There's no goddess of British roundabouts. Janice just got off my arms. Hecate. Hecate. Who magazine? You call Saloy light infantry. I call auxilia should be light infantry or medium infantry. Saloy should be skirmishers. As a Greek, I endorse your right to pronounce things however you please. Well, I want to say things right if I can. You know that. Maybe it's my understanding because I do know two languages and you know, it it makes sense, you know. It's don't want to be disrespectful, but I also want people to know what the hell I'm talking about. I've 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 heard all kinds of bad misspellings in my wargaming thing. I mean, for the longest time, coming from naval wargaming, people would always call that big Japanese battleship the Yamamoto every time. Like, dude, you got a few too many syllables in there. It's not the Yamamoto, that's the Admiral. And then what else was the other thing? I even ran into somebody who called the German battle cruiser that starts with the GN, you know, the sister ship to the Scharnhorst. Always called it. I had one guy that would always call it the Gnisnu. I'm like, that is wrong on so many levels. I can't even begin. I don't know that they even said that any one of the syllables correctly when you call it the Gnisnu. I think every single syllable you just mispronounced it. Congratulations. Yeah, so there's all kinds of mispronunciations for things, for sure. But, you know, how would you pronounce it in Greek, Marco? How would you pronounce Marco in Greek? Marco is, I'm sure there's a Greek version of Marco, but Marco sounds, Latin. There we go. Oh, I want to pronounce things correctly if I can. This person told me, man, it blew my mind. It was the everything was off on it. I would have never guessed it. I can't speak other languages, but I have a clue. I have more than a clue. Yes, I was aware of that. I don't know if Marco speaks Greek. Maybe you do. Oh, you do. Okay. Ekate. Ekate. Okay, Ekate makes sense for first time I played in Hong Kong, they pronounced words as hooties. What? Sealy. Sealy is Saloy. So the O is totally silent. There was a Frenchman. There was a Frenchman discovered a comet. Didn't name it after himself because he didn't want people mispronouncing his name throughout the ages. Nice. I can pronounce things in French, although I don't know. They've got two accents, right? They got one that goes up left and one up right. I don't know what the different sound is between the two different things, but the thing about French is a lot of the letters aren't pronounced, but that's in English too. So, you know, like that damn city in I think it's in the Midlands, that starts with an L, that has 12 letters in it, but it's called Leicester. Unbelievable. That one blows my mind. Not Leicester, not Leicester, Leicester. Like, wow, you just didn't pronounce half the letters there. Damn Norman name. All right. Let's get some black here. Sealy, huh? Yeah, I couldn't call them. So would it then the correct name of that event I run should be Sealy Silliness, right? That would be the correct way to say it. Speak Greek and write. Wow. I love the way the Greek letters look, but I can't do it. It's like Hebrew or Arabic or Thai. I love the Thai symbols. I don't know what the hell they mean. Sealy. And I'm fine calling them that if it's a Greek army or a Greekish army or a Byzantine army or something like that, but Burgundian Sealy doesn't make sense on any level. We're gonna be able to get through this guy? We'll see. We'll see how close we can get through getting through this guy. I want to start working on car stuff. I want to get that done before the week. Got no time to do it Monday through Friday. Sealy. Well, unless it's Sealy. Say Siloy. I do. Okay. Yeah, Welsh is insane. What about Cholmondeley? Cholmondeley. Pronounced Chumley. That's crazy. That just that's just crazy. Oh well. Siloy, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep calling him that. I just don't see how LOI can be anything other than Loy. I just don't see how that could, it would just, it's mind boggling for it not to be that. But of course, that's just translations from another alphabet because they don't use the same alphabet. I mean, I like the way the Greek letters look in all those other languages, but I can't make them out. All right, let's add a little bit more red. Did you say you were working on a Belisarian army there, Marco? I think you said you were. Can't believe my Ostrogoths lost that last game. Robbed. But it's cool that you can have an army like the Syrian list. This is not a very good, on paper, it doesn't look like a very good list, and it can win. So, well, light horse and knights are balanced really well against each other. As long as you don't have bows just really can destroy light horse. But light horse and knights can face against each other just fine, all day long. Internet pronounced it. Seloy. Okay. Featherstona. Pronounced fan. Oh, now you're just making things up. Fanshao. Now you're just making things up. That's just silly. Should be Featherstona. Featherstona. Oh well, there's silly pronounced things here too. I think it's pretty much common everywhere. You know, it's not Edinburgh, it's Edinburgh. Why? Where's the O-A-O-R-O? What is it? Where's the O it ends in? Or O-U-G-H? Or, it just is. Speaking of where you're from, I wonder how many people have taken those. Yep, Edinburgh. British surname Death is pronounced D8th. D8th. That's not a good surname. Neither is Roach. That's a terrible surname. Sorry, people that are named Roach. Maybe you like roaches. I can't think of. I don't think there's any animal I dislike less than a roach. Those things are, especially the ones we have here, man. They're just creepy. I can't deal with those things. Flying palmetto bugs. They try to give them a more creative name. They're freaking huge roaches. D8th. What happened to Frank? I haven't seen him in a while. He suffered a D8th. I don't know how old I was when I learned how you said Arkansas. Yeah, I know. This damn French. That's just one word, one letter you don't pronounce. Arkansas. Put together an Italian Ostrogoth army after you saw you played a while. It's been a winner for me. I actually like the one that's the six skirmishers and the six knights better. Just the standard one. I think that's a hoot. People just people just don't like skirmishers, and it's like sometimes you got to be creative to find something fun for them to do, but it's kind of an added little challenge. I've done pretty well with that army. Let's see what the record is. Let's see what the record is on my Ostrogoths. Italian Ostrogoths, 23 and 12 with them. And the early Ostrogoths, 25 and 19. Yeah, 23 and 12 is pretty good. Almost a 2-to-1 win ratio. Considering most of my games are probably against someone who has a 50-50 win against me. I got to do their cousins, the Visigoths. Especially since I got all those figures. I don't know if I got to finish this sentence. I was thinking about it. I don't remember if I finished saying it. But I wonder how many people came back to Visigoth. Said, I'm going to do Visigoth armies. I think I'm part that, I'm going to guess. I wonder how many people have done that genetic thing and found out that there's something that they weren't. They thought they were, say English, and they ended up not being English. I wonder how many times that's happened. What if the results are wrong? So you think you're one thing your whole life, you do the test, you find out you're something else, but yet the result's actually wrong, and you really were what you thought you were and not what the test said you were. Hi. And a lot of those tests are different. I was actually on a site the other day and I was like, if I wonder if I did this, which one would I do? Because I don't necessarily care for the ones that find out what diseases you're susceptible to. I'm not really interested in that. I'm susceptible to death. That's going to happen. But, I'm more interested in, what my ancestry came from. Like, I can go back, like, to great grandfather, but can't go really back. I'm interested in, like, Middle Ages and shit like that. I'm interested for DBA army lists. I'm gonna build this army because they're my people, and these are my people too. Like if Marco found out, did it, and find out he wasn't Greek at all, he was Turkish. No, make it go away. You're a closet Persian. What? Say it ain't so. All right, let's lighten this up a little bit. Need to tinker with this coloration a little bit. My family comes from an island that was ruled by Venice for 300 years, and Marco is not a very common name. Oh, those damn Venetians would do anything for a coin, wouldn't they? Switch sides at the drop of a hat. I may do one of those things one day. I'm not worried about the government having my information. Psst, I'm not that exciting. The government's more incompetent than it is sinister. That pretty much goes for all governments. The one here. They can't get basic things right. Why would they be worried about my DNA? What are they going to do? Replicate me? Good. I'll have more people with things in common with. I had a Greek girlfriend. Her name was Vula Perisevi Karkala. That's cool. On my to-do list is a match pair for Scottish independence. I trace back to Robert the Bruce and my ex-wife to Edward Longshanks. I got Longshanks Army on my list. He's on my short list. I'll get to him in the next 5 years. There's just too much heraldry known for him, his stuff, and Mitch has Scots and likes them. So Any intermarrying between Greeks and Turks resulted in children who were Turkish. Not much Greek blood among Greek, but Greek blood runs deep within the Turks. Interesting. Mehmed was half Greek. Mehmed II. Used to know a girl named Merry Christmas. Wow. There's a town in Florida named Christmas, and it never snows there, ever. It's in the middle of a swamp. It's between Orlando and Cape Canaveral, so to speak. All right, let's do a little bit more lightening up on this dude. So I read this historical novel, I'm going to say a year ago, but it was probably sooner than that, on Dracula. And no, there was no vampire stuff in it. But there was a lot of, kind of like that miniseries Rome, where they know these things, they know these things, and they just made up the dialogue between conversations that never happened. And it should have been better than it was. It honestly, I was kind of boring, honestly. Um, who was the guy that he was facing off again? Was that Mehmed II? That the Christmas everyone sends their Christmas cards through? I don't think so. No. Well, maybe, I don't know. It's a tiny town. It's a tiny, tiny little town. Anyhow, there was a lot of. It's probably not a good book to like learn your history from because I'm sure there's a lot of fake stuff in it. But it should have been better than it was. I was disappointed. I won't recommend that one for you, Marco. I didn't think it was very good. Nothing even comes close to that Ghosts of Canine. Nothing even comes close. I mean, that's just a phenomenal, phenomenal book. It's a phenomenal book, narrated by a phenomenal fellow. So that's pretty much the best one there. There's one that I have on my watch list that's called Count Belisarius, but I think it's just a bunch of make-believe crap. So I really don't want to get into a make-believe thing. I do want to read something about. I got a couple things I'm watching on the Goths, including one that's relatively new. So maybe something in there that ties in Belisarius and Ostrogoths and stuff like that. Narses, and I think there was one other guy. Narses the eunuch. You want to be a eunuch? Nope, no thanks. Not interested. Something always seems to be missing. I think he's the same one. If you read Spanish, Tony, there's a fantastic trilogy about the Punic Wars by Santiago Posteguillo. The first book is El Hijo del Consul. Yeah, but I can't. I read Spanish, but my vocabulary is limited. Meaning, I'm like a 10-year-old. I don't know if that makes any sense. I've never been to school in it. Like, I wouldn't want to watch the news in Spanish because I lose a lot of the understanding. Like, I don't want to talk about what I do for a living in my job in Spanish because there's a lot of technical words which aren't really complicated, but when you move it into another language that you're not familiar with, it becomes a little bit more, awkward. You know, I've tried reading things in Spanish, and so much of it gets lost. And the reading part, like, I can't get through anything reading. That's why we'll give this guy black hair. Because it's too relaxing. I can't do anything else while I'm doing that. So I also have a website of, I have my Fugal Spanish, the C list, book 335C to do on my short list. I've got figures by the French guy, Alain Toulaire, and which aren't available anymore because he's deceased, and they're on my to-do list along with some other figures. That should be a nice army. Let's start getting into the. I'm gonna have to do one of the guys. There's a manuscript floating around here. I don't remember where exactly it is, but I have the link to it somewhere that shows that period heraldry and stuff from the 1200s. And I even found one of I don't know if he's my descendant, but a guy that has a version of my heraldry on there. So I'm definitely working him into. He's not going to be the guy in charge, so when things go south, you can't blame my people. But my battery's running low. Why is my battery running low? Might want to plug in your PC, but my PC is plugged in. What's going on here? Oh, let's see what I got. What's the meaning of this? I always keep my PC plugged in. Close. 5% remaining. How is it 5% remaining? I've got it plugged in. But the light's not coming on. Interesting. Did this plug go bad? All right, let's try this again. Let's see battery on my phone. Let's see, where's my battery on my phone? It's at 100%. So that plug is working. This is plugged in. Okay. This is plugged in here. All right. Let me plug this into here and see if that's the issue. Yeah. Maybe one of the plugs on the wall is bad. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Strange. Let's try this again. Okay. We're in business. 4 hours and 22 minutes. Damn. Let's keep going. Keep it going. I got to get these guys painted anyways. But I don't like playing in a Spanish army. It's too personal. I got to win. Too much responsibility. If I'm playing the Italian Ostrogoths and I lose, whatever. Or Ostrogoths, who cares, It's like my Turks. I love playing my Turks. I love how they look, but if they lose, Turks lost. Who cares? I do love my Turkish army. All right. Helmet should be dry. Let's drop some Nuln oil on that. Get that darkening that up. Time to call a night. Good night. Dirk, we'll see you tomorrow morning. I should be on. Can't guarantee that I'll be on for 4 hours and 4.5 hours. Don't tell anybody. What time is it? Shit, it's almost 10. I'm sure everybody's up. They're just playing on their phones. We're probably going to go ahead and stop. I'm pretty hungry for breakfast anyways, for my second breakfast. And I need to get going on the non-gaming stuff I'm accomplished. But this is where we'll pick up last tomorrow. We'll clean up his helmet and start working on the third of the 6 alloy. So, okay. We will see you guys tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll catch you guys next time. See you, folks. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye.